Good afternoon. I'm Eric Blank, and this is the Commissioners' Deliberation meeting on August 18th in the Public Service Company of Colorado. Just transition solicitation proceeding number 24A-0442E. Mr. Eden, you want to get us going?
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Eden with your advisory staff. This is the continuation of the JTS deliberations. And if it's okay, I'll go ahead and jump back into where we left off last week, which is in the model PPA terms, specifically section 12.1A, events of default. And Chair, would you like me to share my screen showing the PPA section?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, let's see if I can do this. Okay, so section 12.1A lists several events that could cause default if not cured. These include events like if the IPP declares bankruptcy, fails to obtain and maintain insurance, or if any of the representations the IPP makes in the contract are materially false. Public Service argues that it expects developers to perform and is unwavering in protecting its customers, given the likely consequences if they do not. The company asserts that its default provisions are reasonable and are designed to ensure competent, effective, and diligent development and operation. Interwest and CEI argue the company has overly aggressive definitions of default and specifically flag provisions concerning breach of the interconnection agreement, committed energy requirements, and availability factor. In rebuttal, Public Service offers concessions on certain of these provisions, but maintains its position on others. And then in rebuttal, CEI asserts that Section 12, quote, remains a major issue, unquote, even after the company's concessions. So I'll pause here for any questions you have, your discussion, or I can also offer a recommendation.
Yeah, so let me share some thoughts. I'd like to, as we discussed last week, try and get this, as close as possible to a market offtake agreement, and then maybe using something like the company's proposed process that they put forward in the statement of position, get some feedback from the parties. So I guess, Mr. Eden, if you could go to 12.1A4. On that one, I'd like to suggest that we take out B. I don't think it's reasonable to create a default risk for representations that turn out to remain not true over 20 years. That provision seems like too much, and as I understand it, it wasn't in the prior model contract. So should we just go through this provision by provision, Mr. Eden, or do you want to get them all out there?
No, I think for section 12.1A, it makes sense to just kind of go through provision by provision. And then if you wanted to stop before the default option, I could set the default option up again.
All right. So I guess I'd propose taking 4B out. I don't think it was in the prior model contract, and I think it's a heavy lift to make sure something that started off true remains true over 15, 20, 25 years. So I don't know, Commissioner Goman, any thoughts on this? And I'm happy to have advisors write this up and have you guys look at it in writing over the coming days. But any initial thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I have no issues individually with the 4B issue. I'm a little lost though if we're considering 12.1A, why we're not starting at the beginning of it. Yeah, I'm just trying
if you have suggested changes before, please go ahead.
Well, I guess the biggest question is the suggestion that everything you're not mentioning non-negotiable?
Uh, that I'd like to get there. I think there has to be some process, um, sort of along the lines of what the company suggested in its SOP to get there. So yes, I'm trying to get as much as possible to a conforming bid, but I don't think the company's rebuttal testimony is the appropriate starting point. So, just using the record in this case, I'm trying to see if we can get it closer.
Okay, Mr. Eden, what's the attachment ID on that hearing exhibit 101?
Yeah, so it's hearing it's volume 3, appendix D2.
Okay,
It was filed in the company's, along with the company's direct filings.
got it. I'll pull it up. Yeah, I have no specific issues with the 4B issue.
So I'm proposing to take it out.
I think that's fine. I'm gonna try and pull up this attachment though. What I'm not prepared to do is say for sure. I think 1 through the rest of 4 should be non-negotiable, but yeah, that's where I am now.
And I'm fine bringing this back, however you'd like to proceed, Commissioner Gumman. Commissioner Plan, any thoughts?
Yeah, I support that change.
All right, Mr. Eden, what's the next one? Should I just keep going?
Yeah, but if you have other provisions in section 12.1A that you would like to call out and make modifications to, I'd recommend you do that now. And again, I can jump back in for the default option in section 12.1.
Okay, so 12.1A10, I'd love to get that non-negotiable, but I don't know exactly how to I never oh geez, I was looking at another draft. Where's the availability one, Mr. Eden? 12. Yeah, so I think on that one, I'd suggest we adopt Mr. Sanger's answer testimony suggestion and ask the company to look at availability over, say, 2 years before it matures into a default. And I might reduce that one to 85% instead of 90%, which I think was what was in the prior contract. But again, I think I would make it subject to the process the company put forward in its statement of position, where there was a notice and comment process back and forth to see if the company and the parties could get to agreed upon language. So I don't know. Again, I don't know if you've looked at this, Commissioner Gilman. I understand you may have concerns about making other things non-negotiable, and we may want to hear more from the parties on this, but any thoughts on this?
No, not specifically. I mean, maybe we should talk first about the actual process we think is gonna happen now, rather than just assuming we have agreement on the process after this before we get to each question. That seems kind of an overarching issue.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Eden, you want to describe the company's statement of position process, or what's the best way to frame this up?
Sure. There's a few options the commission has here. So in the company's statement of position, it acknowledging that the commission expressed interest in reaching a firm model contract during the hearing. It proposed a process in which the commission issues a decision providing additional guidance on the disputed issues specifically using the company's rebuttal table with the key model PPA provisions. After that, within 14 days, the company would file a revised PPA incorporating the commission's guidance. Then parties, specifically IPP interests, could file comments and their own red lines on that new PPA provision or model PPA. And then the company would also be allowed to file reply comments after the IPP interest commented. After that, the commission could issue a decision, possibly after using a technical conference. And then at that time, that commission decision would be approving one complete non-negotiable set of PPA agreements. The company would incorporate that direction and use those non-negotiable PPAs going forward with the RFP. So that's what the company proposes in its SOP. The IPP interests in their SOPs and throughout hearing continue to argue against the concept of a conforming bid approach and assert that they should be able to negotiate PPAs like they have in past ERPs.
And I guess I'm just pushing to set as many key terms as we can, just because the delay I just thought was killer for the process and for the customers, and probably multiple reasons for the delay. But it seems like getting the bid terms as agreed upon as possible up front, will reduce delay and give us the ability to hold the company more accountable. So that's my thought. But Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, and I mean, this doesn't come with any refined or improved expectation as to the time for them to get to sign PPAs, does it?
I mean, I think it does. If you greatly reduce the amount of items that's getting negotiated, I think it does decrease the time to get to sign PPAs.
But are they like held to that expectation in any way on the backside?
Only to the extent we hold them to it. I mean, we're 2.5 years in since the last bids, and we are still arguing over price and term. I don't know, Mr. Eden, do you have an answer to Commissioner Gilman? Do we need to set a fixed deadline to get PPA signed?
That such a proposal wasn't in the record that I can recall. I think that's one of the company's main arguments behind a conforming bid policy, though, is that once the PPA is set and approved by the commission, that would drastically reduce the need for parties to come back and try and negotiate or revise the PPA terms. The company acknowledges that there might need to be some minor tweaks to the model PPAs based on specific circumstances. But those, as I understand it, were contemplated to be kind of minor things to make sure everything works, and that the commission would set the main terms of the PPA, so there wouldn't be a lot of time that needed to hash out the other provisions.
I mean, I'd be happy of putting a relatively brief window on it, 90 days, 120 days. I don't think it's something that should be taking years.
Yeah, just trying to understand. I mean, that's the general, like we went over last week, there were delays across the board, right? In the prior ERP. So it's really hard to decipher how much of it was not having more set contract terms, which then have some real competitiveness concerns to it, with the company being one of the main bidders in this process. So like trying to strike that balance. So I'm just trying to understand the playing field. Like, is there any way that this assures us that this moves faster, not really knowing exactly what role it played in the delays of the prior ERP? But just to point that out. With regard to the process, I'm probably more inclined to not go with that longer process that the company laid out, and just in this process set what terms we see as non-negotiable and assume the other items are negotiable. I'm a little worried that setting an entire process just around these contract terms kind of just opens up an invitation to relitigate and continue litigating these terms in front of the commission. I think the commission should, more or less have the record before it to make the determination what things should be negotiable and shouldn't, and kind of avoid making that process far longer and more drawn out than it needs to be. But that's just my sense of it at this point.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I'm all for, getting some of these things settled in a model contract, to the extent that it doesn't, basically make it so that nobody bids. Um, and but I was curious, and I didn't really have too much problem with this paragraph. I mean, the battery storage system, one of the primary reasons that we're adding batteries is that they would be available. And I'm wondering what the thinking is behind reduction to an average availability of.
I was looking for the solar and wind one. Can you go to the availability on the solar and wind? I had the wrong number in my notes. I think I was looking at a prior draft. Yeah, so it was the 95%. Can you go up?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's 14 I wanted to change, not the battery one.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm fine with that change.
Commissioner Gilman, where are you on process? Do you want to go through these provisions, or how would you like to proceed?
So are you all, you're both supporting like the company's process? I'm not clear.
I mean, I think we need to get to a conforming process. I think the record in front of us is mainly the parties are pretty far apart. And I think if we can give them guidance, we can maybe get them closer together through the company's process. I think the rebuttal case offtake agreement is one, we don't have language, and two, it's probably out of market as the IPP suggests. So the thought was to try and get something closer to market and then use a process, the company's process, to see if we can get the parties to a better position. I think if we go forward and let the parties negotiate from where we're at and from where this record is at, it's going to be, another year or year and a half to get to sign contracts. So that's my concern, and that's why I'm pushing for the commission to give the parties guidance, and then have a fairly abbreviated process to get the response of the parties and see if we can get to something that's fairer and more certain.
So would that guidance be, I don't want to say binding, but like, is your expectation that the first public service filing of the version of the contract would set it at what the commission says for those, where dollar values are changing or whatever? I'm a little fuzzy on the word guidance, because I wonder then we just relitigate everything all over again if it's only seen as guidance and not seen as this is what you're
order subject to reconsideration. How about that?
Okay. I feel somewhat warmer to that concept. I just hate to see this drag out and just keep rehashing the same things. I mean, sure, wouldn't it be nice? Like, maybe. I think it's fine. There's not like a huge downside to it, but as you point out, these parties are very far apart. So will this be a fruitful process? I don't have a lot of confidence, but I think think you can try it, so long as the expectation is that whatever the company submits is actually based on this order and not just kind of taking that under advisement, which will kind of spend a lot of time getting motivated, basically, in these negotiations.
I like that a lot. So it's a fairly firm order, and see if we can get the parties to get us to a middle ground. I mean, it's better to play this, for me, it's better to play this out now than let the parties play it out in the context of individual negotiations. So that's my thought.
Okay. I think that can work. Or we can see if it can work. Okay,
All right.
so, yeah, was there a question on this particular item?
I guess my comment is to adopt Mr. Sanger's answer testimony suggestion and make this over 2 years and lower the 90 and 95% to 85%, which is more consistent with what was in the prior contract.
Okay, yeah, I think that's reasonable.
And then,
And is that identical for wind and solar? Did the prior contracts have different expectations for wind and solar rather than
I
just
think
one number for both?
I think it was identical for both.
Mr. Eden, do you know that?
I think that's right. I'm not 100% certain. I think it might have been different in the 2021 ERP. But yeah, I think for this PPA, I could go back and double check the attachment D1 to confirm quickly.
All right, well, I think, Mr. Eden, if after this discussion, you can try and draft something up that captures the discussion and tie down any remaining issues, that'd be great. Would that work for you?
Yeah, we can do that.
Can you go to 12.1D? I think I would take out specific performance. I don't think it was in the prior contract, and that seems like it could be an out-of-market remedy on this record. So again, I don't know if you have any comments on specific performance, Commissioner Gilman,
I don't.
Commissioner Plant.
Yep, looks good.
And then I'd also take out 12.1E. I don't think a seller default, which seems to leave considerable discretion to the company to define, should create a purchase option in favor of the company. I'm almost positive this was a new provision that was not in the 2020 ERP, and I just take this out. So I don't know if you guys have any thoughts, or Mr. Eden, were you going to present more on this one?
I could if you wanted me to. Interwest and CI both vehemently oppose this default option. It was discussed at the hearing, as you probably recall, and Public Service in its rebuttal maintains its original provision and says that this is just an alternative offset to damages.
So I'd take this one out. I don't know, Commissioner Gilman, thoughts on this one?
Yeah, no, I think Interwest and CEI both pretty well articulated opposition to this that was very reasonable in terms of the potential for really creating a perverse incentive for the company. If they had rights to the project, if the negotiations failed. So I agree with removing it.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
That's all I had on 12.1. I don't know if you guys had anything else, or Mr. Eden, you had anything else you'd like to raise on 12.1. I have a couple issues on 12.2.
I don't have anything else, and if you want, I can set up the issue of construction and development milestones in section 12.2A.
That'd be great.
Okay, let me turn to the right page first. Sorry. Too many screens open. Okay. All right, so in addition to the events of default listed in section 12.1, section 12.2A provides that the IPP will be in default if it fails to meet the COD target date, or if the project fails to achieve any critical path development or CPD milestones. In addition, section 12.2A allows public service to collect liquidated damages of $250 a megawatt of nameplate capacity for each day of delay. The CPD milestones are set forth in section 4.1 of the contract and include things like acquisition of all the developer's permits. Interwest and CEI both object to the addition of CPD milestones and the associated risk of default and liquidated damages. For example, Interwest asserts that damages should not be imposed for meeting pre-COD milestones. In rebuttal, Public Service argues that CPD milestones only include those milestones that, if not achieved by a certain date, puts the project COD at serious jeopardy. Knowing whether a project is sufficiently correcting the issue is imperative to the company's near-term planning efforts. Public Service offers that it would be willing to combine the milestones to be a single milestone whereby the bidder must execute their supply contracts, obtain their construction permit, and close on construction financing. So stop here for your discussion, or I can offer a recommendation.
I'd probably just take out 12.2 take out the critical path development milestone and just eliminate it from the contract. It wasn't in the prior contract, and I agree with the IPPs on this one. Commissioner Gilman, thoughts on this?
No, I agree on that approach. And then would you leave the remainder of it in there?
I would leave the COD liquidated delay damage component.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm curious, you know, do we have the intent to try to mimic the same kind of economics and expectations with utility-owned generation, like through a CPCN process?
I'd like to.
We haven't gotten a lot of traction for timing PIMs. I don't know if you noticed. So I think this would argue for, if this is very important to apply to PPA projects, then we'll have to focus more on this and ensuring that we really have parity with utility-owned generation bids to ensure that both from an economic perspective as well as a timing and expectation perspective, that those as closely mimic what we're saying is necessary here for utility-owned generation. So I think that would be important for us to agree to today, and then to kind of communicate in the order so that we can move that forward when we consider the portfolios.
I'm good with Commissioner Goman's proposal for symmetry. Commissioner Plant?
Yep, I agree. Just for clarification, so you said you were proposing to strike A? So both 1 and 2, or?
No, just the critical path development components of A.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Which I think is the bullet 1, right?
Yeah, A1.
Okay, would you like me to move on to section 12.2D?
Yep.
Okay. So this is on the next page, I believe. 12.2D. Here we go. So at a high level, section 12.2D or section 12.2C in appendix 2D, which is what we're looking at here, states that the failure to cure a CPD delay or COD delay will be an event of default that would allow public service to terminate the PPA and collect a certain amount of liquidated liquidated damages. As with the other portions of Section 12, CEI argues that this provision does not reflect the market and should be removed. CEI asserts the liquidated damages called for in other parts of the agreement should be adequate if structured correctly. The company characterizes this provision as a convenience exit in which, if the developer chooses to abandon the project, the seller must reimburse the company and forego 50% of its security deposit. The company argues that it cannot agree to eliminating the damages associated with the provision, as that would give the developer a free exit clause or rights to walk away from the contract. I'll pause here.
Yeah, I think for this one, I'd probably go with a company. I think we've been flexible on the implementation of COD provisions, but you just can't have a zero cost exit. So I'd probably retain this one as is, but curious to hear your thoughts, Commissioner Gilman.
I think that clearly would come with just a modification to delete the CPD reference.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm again just trying to figure out the corollary. If a company can't deliver on a project that they've agreed to, I think we can work on that as we advance forward, just expressing that intent. But otherwise, I'm fine with it.
Commissioner Plant?
Yep, I agree.
Mr. Eden?
Okay, so the next topic I'd like to bring up is force majeure. Let me jump to that. So at a high level, Section 14.1 defines force majeure as an event or circumstance that prevents a party from performing its obligations under the PPA, which was not anticipated and was not within the control of the party claiming force majeure. Section 14.1 then goes on to list several items that expressly do not constitute force majeure. Interwest and CEI both oppose the current force majeure language. CEI, for example, notes that force majeure currently does not recognize change in law risks. Interwest argues that the language should be softened to, among other things, extend the time within which parties have to claim force majeure, and so that labor strikes and other labor disruptions are included in force majeure. In rebuttal, Public Service agrees it can modify the notice to modify the notice requirement to start the clock on the date when seller was aware or should have been aware of the force majeure event, so long as the period of delayed awareness is no longer than 90 days after the date of occurrence. The company largely opposes the other requested changes, however, arguing that force majeure should be reserved for those circumstances that are truly unpredictable or unforeseeable. In rebuttal, CEI continues to oppose the force majeure language. For instance, CEI asserts it is unrealistic in this national and global environment to attribute all of the supply chain risks to sellers. CEI argues that non-negotiable contract terms that put all the risk on the seller will just lead to project failures. Regarding change in law, CEI also states that PPA does not include the change in law provisions that were recently established by the Commission during the CP delivered decision. CEI argues the risks that existed in that case still exist today. I'll stop here unless you have any questions or would like a recommendation.
Well, you want to start with 14.1A, C, and D? I guess on those three, I'd adopt Mr. Sanger's and Interwest recommendation and add the following language to each clause. Unless such acts and or omissions are themselves accused by reason of force majeure as defined in this section 4.1. I think that's consistent with your recommendation too, Mr. Eden. Commissioner Gilman, or would you thoughts on adding that language to those sections?
Yeah, can you just say the language one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Unless such acts or omissions are themselves excused by reason of force majeure as defined in this section for 14.1.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
And I guess the next one I have is 14.1H. Since these are exclusions from force majeure, I would take H out, and I'd probably make that actually an event of force majeure, which is if there is a delay or failure by the transmission authority, which is likely a public service company, that should be an excuse for force majeure. And I think that's how the prior contract, model contract is written. So any thoughts on that? I don't understand why this would be an exclusion from force majeure, given that it's the company's potentially failure to perform. Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I very much agree. And clearly would be unforeseeable and not in the control of the party or of the seller. So yeah, I would say H is excluded with the emphasis that it's probably totally appropriate, not even necessarily an exclusion.
I think not only is it an exclusion, it is a basis for force majeure. So I'd like to see it completely reversed. I don't know, Commissioner Plant, any thoughts on this?
No, I agree.
Okay. And then my next one is on 14.2. I think this was your recommendation to Mr. Eden and Interwest, which is that notice required under 14.2 start when the party becomes aware of the force majeure event, not when it occurs. So, so you don't want to eliminate things from force majeure that the parties are not aware of have occurred. So I don't know, would you say that any different, or would you characterize the Interwest recommendation differently, Mr. Eden?
I would just add, the company in its rebuttal argues that there should be a cap, even if parties aren't aware of a force majeure event. Their time period for becoming aware only lasts 90 days. And I think what we're promoting, Chair, is to just leave it more similar to what it was in the last ERP, where it's when they become aware and there's no 90-day deadline.
Yeah, just I think the language was prompt notice. So any thoughts on that, Commissioner Gilman?
No, I think that works.
Commissioner Plant?
Yep, that worked.
And then the last one I think I had on that one is 14.1L. I would allow labor strikes, slowdowns, work stoppages to be an event of force majeure. Would you say that any different? So I would strike L in the exclusions. Would you say that any different, Mr. Eden?
No, I would not.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, and I think Interwest put forth some evidence that Pacific Core has allowed this, and certainly not within the control of the seller, especially if it's something even within the supply chain, not even necessarily on their own job. So that seems reasonable to be removed.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
And then I only had one more comment on all this. I think there's a bunch of risks: supply chain disruptions, change in law, tax credit, tariff, environmental policy, change risks. I guess, Mr. Eden, I might, consistent with the concerns raised by Mr. Pierce and Mr. Sanger, I'm wondering if we could put some general language or explore putting general language in the contract that would enable sellers to avoid pre-COD default, liquidated damages, and other seller obligations if these events occurred. So maybe as part of this process, we can have the company and IPPs propose separate language that either becomes operative with a commission notice and process decision or company agreement. So maybe trying for broader language and not trying to include it in force majeure. And I don't know, Commissioner Gilman, do you have any thoughts on that?
So you're saying kind of set up the concept that there could be more process in the event of a significant change in law or change in tariffs as part of that?
Yeah, change in tariffs. I mean, it's sort of like the language we put, I forget what it is, phase 2, step 2 language we put in the 2021 ERP, where if all kinds of stuff unpredictable happens, there's a general provision in the contract that could stay some of these seller obligations.
Okay, and is that like somewhat accompanied by the concept that we'll try to get somewhat of an idea on what the tariffs they're expecting with the original bid? So then you would have some basis upon which to make an adjustment subsequently.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more in favor of treating everybody the same. I struggle with the project-specific tariff adjustments, but I think we'll get to that later in this discussion. And maybe that's the place to revisit this.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, I think we're going to continue struggling with this for years, it seems. This is a far more uncertain time than we've seen yet in terms of tariffs, project costs, tax impacts, and I'm not sure that uncertainty goes away at any time in the future. And there's clearly like a significant risk of large cost impacts of individual projects, which will affect their negotiations and moving forward, and then eventually to consumers. So I think we're trying, but struggling with how we set up for a really uncertain path moving forward to provide flexibility where we need it. So we're not just killing projects left and right due to really unforeseen federal impacts, but ideally have some way to have some more transparency in that than we've had this first time we had to try it without a lot of warning. So I think that works for now, and hopefully we kind of continue to chart a path forward here on how we can deal with this best.
Commissioner Plant, any additions, comments?
No, I agree. And I think I agree with you, Commissioner Gilman. I think these things will become more of individual issues with everybody, and if we can sort of avoid that as a slowdown component, we'd be better off. But one thing we know is that everything will change multiple times. It's kind of all we know. So.
Every day. Mr. Eden, transfer limitations, and maybe on this one you can start giving some recommendations. But
sure. Well, and just to clarify the last decision, I think there was a 3-0 vote to continue excluding change in law and tariff risks from force majeure. So these things would not be a force majeure event, but allow the parties to negotiate language for how to deal with those events outside the force majeure. Is that basically correct?
That's my proposal. Does that work for you, Commissioner Gilman? And I think it's perhaps subject to a later conversation, but is that consistent with your understanding, Commissioner Gilman?
Yes.
Commissioner Plant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, the next topic I'll bring up are the transfer limitations within the PPA. Yeah, so under section 19.3 of the model PPA, whenever an IPP wants to sell a project after the COD, but before the end of the PPA term, it must offer public service the right of first refusal or ROFO. If the company does not agree to purchase the project, then the IPP can sell the project to a third party, but only on terms that a reasonable person would determine are not more favorable to such buyer than the terms offered to the company in the right of first refusal notice. Under section 19.4, the IPP must give public service at least 90 days notice of any pending facility transaction, or PFT notice, that does not otherwise trigger the company's right of first refusal under section 19.3. At a high level, the PFT notice requirement is triggered by events such as the IPP attempts to sell its equity interest to a third party. If the IPP fails to timely provide the PFT notice, the company is entitled to liquidated damages. Interwest and CEI argue that these provisions are disfavored by developers and financiers, arguing that such provisions can limit the pool of potential buyers and can delay sales. CEI asserts that it is more commercially reasonable to require a right of last offer, as the seller can price the project for the benefit of the seller. In rebuttal, Public Service maintains its initial position. The company argues that PFT and right of first offer provisions may not align with the IPP's business model, but they align with the company's business model to serve its customers reliably. The company asserts it needs to be made aware when a project is going to be sold to a third-party buyer, and that the model PPAs in 2016 and 2021 also contain the PFT and ROFO terms. I'll stop here for your discussion. Any questions, or I can also offer a recommendation.
Yeah, if you can give us a recommendation, that'd be great.
Advisors find persuasive the company's point that the ROFO and PFT provisions have been included in the model PPA of the last two ERPs. Neither Interwest nor CEI contest this point in their rebuttal. Accordingly, advisors recommend the Commission direct that the ROFO and PFT concepts be included in the model PPAs with the ability of bidders to negotiate the details of certain modifications. Specifically, the ROFO provisions must include a period of time by which parties must agree to execute any transaction. In addition, the ROFO provision must be converted to a right of last offer. Alternatively, the ROFO must require the use of third-party appraisals to ensure a fair valuation of the project. This should alleviate CEI's concerns about the not more favorable language. Bidders should be allowed to negotiate the specific wording that implements these concepts. And then similarly for the PFT provisions in section 19.4, advisors recommend directing that the PFT notice concept be included in the model PPA, but allow bidders to negotiate the exact instances in which the PFT notice requirement is triggered, and whether a breach of section 19.4 entitles the company to liquidated damages.
That makes some sense to me, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
All right, thank you. So the next topic I'll address is how the conforming bid policy applies to existing PPAs.
Hey,
So,
can I just can I just raise one more issue?
Sure.
I'd also like to explore adding in a right of last offer on post PPA term offtake. Sort of tired of seeing projects sign end of term offtake contracts with other entities that greatly increase the need for new generation after the company's customers have supported those projects for decades. So just curious if you guys have any thought if we do this process that the company outlines about, unlike other situations where I think we can essentially order those provisions as you suggest, Commissioner Gilman. I think on this one, it's not really a record on this, but any thoughts on sort of end of PPA term right of last offers? I just tired of seeing these offtake agreements show up with other utilities. So, and you know, maybe there's more flexible ways of pursuing this. Just any thoughts on that issue?
And are you talking specifically about the design for contracts for new PPAs or existing?
Existing.
you would
And
say,
maybe,
I mean, like those contracts are already signed. Do you say for like renewal of them or?
no, for new contracts, there'd be an end of life,
Okay.
right, a last offer provision. So that, yeah, this issue's 20 years and, 15, 20 years out. But
Yeah.
at least maybe we can keep these contracts with at least have an option to keep these contracts with the customers that paid for it.
Yeah, I generally agree. And it may be more of an issue for some technology types than others, depending kind of the maturity of that project at 20 years and its equipment and like useful life after that. But yeah, I mean, I think probably the frustration you're expecting is someone on the gas PPA side of things. And I tend to agree. Not only have we not secured a lot of those renewals, but in several cases, never even heard about them, which is difficult in, especially with the commission's concern that it's certainly possible that new gas assets are already looking at stranded costs from day one. So I know the commission expressed in the prior ERP that we'd really like to see more preference moving toward renewal of PPAs rather than new gas units, especially given the stranded asset risk, and trying to get to zero carbon by 2050, which is not compatible with burning gas after 2050 without carbon capture. So yeah, I agree. I would just point out, like, it might not be as big of an issue for solar or something where the life cycle of the equipment is not far beyond that in terms of renewal, but certainly for the gas units, that's a very live concern, I think. So so I certainly agree with that. I've also been pretty frustrated. It just doesn't seem like a lot of those have come up, even in the case where they look like they would have been beneficial for the ratepayers.
Commissioner Plant,
I
thoughts?
agree. I agree.
All right, Mr. Eden, if you want to go to existing PPAs, I guess that's sort of tied into that, but it seemed like it was a limitation on transfers. So
Right.
keep going.
Sure. So on existing PPAs, the Public Service intends to apply the conforming bid policy to those projects that have already been constructed and are under current PPAs but are seeking to bid into the current RFP. Onward Energy, the owner of the Arapahoe thermal units in Denver, urges the commission to reject this approach. Onward argues that when applied to existing facilities, the conforming bid policy does not provide any significant benefit to public services customers and instead increases costs, transactional complications, and uncertainty. Onward argues that allowing it to offer a bid based on updates to the existing PPA would provide substantially more clarity to both parties, especially considering that the parties have been operating under the existing PPA successfully for well over 10 years. CIEA offers similar arguments. In rebuttal, the company opposes arguments from Onward and CIEA that there should be an exception to conforming bid policy for existing PPAs. Public Service asserts that many of the original provisions of a pre-existing PPA may be outdated. The company reasons certain provisions in pre-existing PPAs, if maintained, would be unfair to the new construction bidders. So I'll stop here for any questions or can offer a recommendation.
Yeah, if you can go to your recommendation, that'd be great.
Sure. So for the reasons set forth by Onward, advisors recommend rejecting the company's proposal to apply the conforming bid policy and the most recent model PPA to existing resources. The commission should direct Public Service to make clear in its RFP that existing resources may use their existing PPA as the baseline for crafting their bids. While IPPs of existing resources and Public Service can negotiate certain necessary updates, the baseline for such negotiations should be the existing PPA.
Commissioner Goldman?
Yes, I agree. I mean, I'm all for consistency, but given our immediately prior conversation about really the interest and need to renew PPAs, especially around gas resources wherever possible, I can't figure out the sense that this would make to go forward with. So I agree with Mr. Eden.
Commissioner Plant,
I also agree.
as do I.
Okay, at this point, that wraps up the discussion on the conforming bid policy. And I will turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Dan Greenberg.
Mr. Greenberg,
Hello, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll be guiding you through your deliberations in 6 issue areas this afternoon: the May Valley Longhorn Extension, or MVLE, transmission modeling cost adders and credits, Phase 2 transmission modeling, a set of resource adequacy issues, modeling of distributed solar and demand response, and the proposed solar regulating reserve penalty. I'll take you through these issues in that order. So starting off with the MVLE. The MVLE is a proposed 90-mile, 345 kV line that would extend the Colorado Power Pathway south from the May Valley substation, providing access to excellent wind resources in southeast Colorado. In proceeding 21A-0096E, the Commission granted the MVLE a conditional CPCN, which would become unconditional upon approval of a resource portfolio, including its costs in the company's subsequent ERP, which was proceeding number 21A-0141E. While such a portfolio was not selected there, the Commission did grant an extension to the conditional CPCN to this proceeding, where again, the CPCN for the MVLE will become unconditional if the Commission approves a portfolio, including its costs in Phase 2. In proceeding 21A-0096E, the company estimated MVLE costs at just under $250 million. In its rebuttal testimony and statement of position, the company requests that the MVLE CPCN be granted prior to the conclusion of Phase 2 of this proceeding. The company requests that MVLE CPC be granted prior to the conclusion prior to Phase 2 of this proceeding, saying the costs are likely to continue to escalate as time goes on, and that the line would provide bidders certainty of access to some of the lowest cost wind resources in the state. The company also notes support for the MVLE from both CEI and WRA and SWEEP. The company states that unconditional approval is more critical now to capture time-limited tax-advantaged generation. In its rebuttal testimony, the company provides an updated cost estimate of $304 million with an in-service date of Q3 2029. If a CPCN is granted, the company proposes to work with staff to develop a performance incentive mechanism parallel to that used for other CPP Colorado Power Pathway segments, and to submit it in proceeding number 21A-0096E. CEI and CIEA support the granting of the CPCN in the Phase 1 decision. These parties and the company contend that there is insufficient transmission to support the magnitude of capacity needs envisioned for the JTS. They also point to escalating costs, partially due to the Trump administration's imposition of tariffs. WRA, SWEEP, UCA, CEO, and staff all argue that there should be no change in policy, that the MVLE should be eligible as an interconnection point for bidders, but that it should not be granted a that it should be granted a CPCN only if a portfolio, including its costs, is shown to be optimal in Phase 2. Staff reacts to the company's claim that MVLE approval now will reduce costs by stating that there still remains uncertainty about whether the line will actually be needed, and that this uncertainty will be reduced in Phase 2. It states that this approach is particularly appropriate due to the uncertainty introduced by recent changes to renewable tax credit eligibility, since the need for the MVLE will be based on wind bids. Advisors note that in direct testimony, Andrew Siebenoller, the company's primary transmission witness at the time, noted that per the JTS transmission study, large amounts of new renewable generation in southeastern Colorado could trigger the need for additional 345 kV transmission capacity running from May Valley to Sandstone, and/or an additional 345 kV line to network the existing Pronghorn tie line. Siebenthaler's testimony indicates that this additional capacity would add anywhere from $224 to $786 million to the costs estimated in the JTS transmission study. He states that the company anticipates that it should be able to provide preliminary indication in its phase 2 report if there's a need for this additional capacity. There are 2 decision points for you to consider with regard to the MVLE. The first of these is, should the Commission grant the CPCN for the MVLE in its phase 1 decision? And I can offer a recommendation or pause here for your discussion.
Commissioner Goman, you want to venture a position, or you want to hear a recommendation?
No, I'm fine with the recommendation.
Go ahead, Mr. Grimberg.
It is unlikely that an accelerated approval of the MVLE in phase 1 will impact whether the associated renewable projects connecting to that line will be eligible for tax credits. If current regulations regarding beginning of construction are, the term beginning of construction, are largely maintained, developers will not need the approval of the MVLE in phase 1 to begin construction. If the regulations for beginning construction are substantially modified, consistent with the administration's recent executive order, it is doubtful new renewable projects arising from the JTS could be eligible for the tax credits, regardless of when a CPCN were granted. Ultimately, advisors believe there's too much uncertainty for this factor to control whether the MVLE should be granted in phase 1, and therefore recommend staying the course and only granting an unconditional CPCN following a phase 2 showing that a portfolio, including the cost of the MVLE, is in the public interest.
Commissioner Goman?
I agree.
Commissioner Plant?
I also agree.
As do I.
Very well. So the second decision point is, should the Commission require that the estimated cost of any additional transmission capacity necessary to support new generating capacity in Southeast Colorado be added to the present value of revenue requirements of any portfolio that would require such additional transmission? I can provide
Commissioner,
it. Like.
Commissioner Goman, would you like a recommendation?
Fine with the recommendation.
Mr. Greenberg?
All right. Given company testimony that significant additional transmission investment could be triggered by portfolios including large amounts of renewable resources in Southeast Colorado, advisors recommend that the Commission direct the company to reflect all such costs in the PVRR for any portfolio that would require them.
Commissioner Goman?
I agree.
Commissioner Plant?
I also agree.
As do I.
Okay, moving on now to transmission cost adders and credits. The company proposes to incentivize its capacity expansion model to select bids in unconstrained segments of the transmission system by tacking an evaluation transmission adder of $238 per kilowatt onto the costs of all bids other than aggregated distribution energy resources, or ADERs, those connecting to the distribution system, or those that propose to reuse the interconnection facilities of retiring generators. It also proposes an evaluation transmission credit of about $191 for resources interconnecting within or west of the Denver metro constraint. The company calculated the adder by dividing the average cost of all base forecast portfolios in the JTS transmission study by the average megawatts added, excluding ADERs. It determined the credit value by dividing the difference in cost results of the JTS transmission study bookend 2 and baseline portfolios, excluding the MVLE costs. It divided that amount by the amount of incremental non-constraint impacting generation in those portfolios. The company proposes an additional modeling credit of $69 per kilowatt year to attract resources to support specific distribution level resources in its service area that are heavily loaded. All parties commenting on the adder and credit found fault with one or both. UCA opposes the application of blanket adders and credits, arguing that bids should be burdened or credited based on the actual costs that their interconnection would impose on the system. UCA contends that the company's proposal removes the incentive for bidders to find low-cost locations and propose projects that save customers money. CIEA contends the investments identified by the JTS transmission study are unavoidable and should be considered flat across all portfolios. CCSA proposes higher values for both the adder and the credit based on its own analysis of avoidable costs. It also proposes an additional system-wide credit for resources connected anywhere on the distribution system that would be stackable with the Denver Metro credit. Pivot Energy and CEI support CCSA's credit and adder calculations. Staff argues that the adder will bias optimization modeling towards smaller gas-intensive portfolios. It contends that the $1.9 billion Harvest Mile, Chambers, Sandown, Cherokee, or HCSC project is not avoidable, so should be left out of the calculation, which would reduce the adder from $238 to $23 per kilowatt. Staff is also highly critical of both the calculation and the application of the credit. Staff asks the Commission to direct the company to work with the small stakeholder group proposed in the Phase 2 framework to fix deficiencies in the calculation and application of both values. Finally, CEI notes that only staff, CEO, and UCA would have input to the transmission planning process under the Phase 2 framework. CEI asks that any changes to the adder or credit only be adopted following an opportunity for all stakeholders to provide written comments. CEI notes the testimony of staff witness O'Neill at hearing that this was the intent of the parties that developed the framework. These parties raised numerous issues, so there are several decision points for you to discuss. The first of these is whether the credits and adders should be tailored to the characteristics of individual bids. I can offer a recommendation here or listen to your conversation.
I think I'd like a recommendation. Would that be all right, you guys? Yep.
Advisors believe that UCA's recommendation here is impracticable, if not impossible, as determining the cost imposed or avoided by individual bid resources would require a degree of modeling analysis that simply cannot be done in the constrained Phase 2 context. Advisors therefore recommend that the Commission decline to take UCA's advice on this issue.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
Your next decision point is whether the Commission should accept the company calculation of the adder, which reflected only the base forecast scenarios, or should it average in all model portfolios across both the base and low forecasts as advocated by CCSA. Would you like a recommendation here?
Yes. Yes, please.
Given that the updated base forecast the company presented in rebuttal is intermediate between the base and low forecasts, advisors tend to agree with CCSA that the adder methodology should reflect modeling results for portfolios developed using both the base and low forecasts. We therefore recommend directing the company to recalculate the adder using all results modeled using both forecasts as suggested by CCSA.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
Very good. The next decision point is whether the costs of the MBLE should be excluded from the adder calculation as the company proposes, or included as advocated by CCSA and Pivot Energy.
If you could give us a recommendation, that'd be great.
All right. At hearing, Mr. Landrum pointed out that the costs of the MBLE will be included for any portfolio that includes one or more bid resources connecting to the MBLE, so that including its costs in the adder would be double counting. Advisors agree with this logic and recommend that the cost of the MBLE be excluded from this calculation.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
Moving right along, the next decision regards whether the $1.9 billion cost of the HCSC project should remain in the adder calculation or be removed because those costs are unavoidable as staff advocates. Would you like a recommendation here?
Yeah.
The record indicates that the HCSC project will likely be needed to support whatever portfolio is selected in this proceeding. So advisors agree with staff that the record suggests this project is unavoidable and therefore that it should be excluded from the adder calculation.
Commissioner Goman.
As difficult as it is to say, $1.8 billion is unavoidable.
Yeah, I'm struggling with that too.
Not the first 1.8 billion either. But I agree with your recommendation, Mr. Greenberg.
Commissioner
agree.
Plant,
I agree as well.
as do I.
All right. The next decision point regards staff's findings of deficiencies with both the calculation and application of the modeling credit for resources within or west of the Denver metro constraint. And the question is whether the commission should require the company to work with the stakeholder group proposed in the phase 2 framework to address these deficiencies in the credit calculation.
If you could propose a recommendation.
All right, advisors agree with staff's concerns regarding the methodology the company used in calculating the credit. We therefore endorse the staff recommendation that the commission require the company to perform additional modeling to fix these deficiencies in the calculation and application of credit, and that the small stakeholder group have the opportunity to review and comment on the results of this modeling.
Commissioner Goman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
Okay, regarding that, CEI raises the concern that per the above discussion, changes could be made to both the adder and credit values to be applied in phase 2 with no input from stakeholders outside of staff, CEO, and UCA, who are in that small stakeholder group. So the question here is whether to provide an opportunity for other stakeholders to provide comments on these values. Would you like a recommendation on that?
We would.
Okay. Advisors agree with CEI that there should be an additional notice and opportunity to comment if the transmission adders or credits used in phase 2 change after the phase 1 decision. Granting CEI's request allows notice and opportunity for comment in the proceeding with the intention to maintain timelines and transparency while allowing the commission insight into additional party positions for when it ultimately decides its phase 2 decision based on actual bids and modeling outputs. Accordingly, advisors recommend a directive that the company must file a notice of any changes to the adder or credits following the phase 1 decision, describing the changes made along with the methodological justifications for the changes. Parties would then have the opportunity to respond.
Commissioner Goman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I.
Okay, and the final decision point regarding the modeling adders and credits regards CCSA's proposal that there should be a system-wide transmission credit for bid resources proposing to interconnect anywhere on the company's system at the distribution level. Would you like a recommendation on that?
We would.
Advisors believe that CCSA's proposed system-wide credit for distribution connected resources would be double counting when combined with the company proposal to shield such resources from the transmission adder. That is intended to account for the transmission costs that transmission connected resources impose on the system. We also see that the credit that CCA proposes as too broadly applied, as there can certainly be distribution connected resources that will result in avoided transmission costs, and so should not be eligible for such a credit. Accordingly, we recommend the commission reject this CCSA proposal.
Commissioner Goman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I disagree with that. Just because in addition to not adding to the transmission costs, it does actually reduce transmission costs if you're able to provide a resource on the distribution system. So I think having a credit, would make sense there. Um, but I'd like to get your guys' thoughts on that as well.
Well, I mean, that was going to be my final comment. I struggle with the cost adders, but I like the idea of giving a credit to resources located in the Denver metro transmission constrained region. And I really like it for, as you say, distribution system uh, generation. I guess I'm not exactly sure quite how to implement it in a way it's consistent. So maybe we can put some general language in the order asking that stakeholder group to find a way to just make sure we get those credits right, and maybe keep the adder small or do away with the adder. I don't know. I was going in a similar place, Commissioner Plant. Commissioner Gilman, thoughts?
Yeah, I guess, do you want to readdress this on Thursday or with like some more definition around the issues, or?
I guess,
I'm just curious with regard to the concern about double counting.
do you have any guidance, Mr. Greenberg?
Well, it's simply that, any resource connecting at distribution level will be shielded from the transmission adder. That adder exists to reflect the cost that transmission connected resources impose on the system, to reflect, to encourage resources to interconnect either within the metro area or using transmission resources that are freed up by the retirement of power plants. So in my mind, adding an additional system-wide transmission credit, that I believe that would be double count. So that's.
Why can't we just get rid of the adder and just do a credit for generation in the Denver metro area, and for in a even larger credit for distribution interconnected generation? Wouldn't that, I just struggle with why we even are doing the adder. Uh, any any guidance on that? I mean, staff basically, when you take out that 1.8 to 2 billion, it basically goes very small anyway.
That's a by factor of 10.
So yeah, go ahead.
Well, I don't think, I don't believe any party was arguing for the complete elimination of adders. I'm not sure that that's we have support on the record for that, but perhaps we could, if that's something that you want to consider further, we might be most efficient to take that offline and take another look at it on Thursday. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, Commissioner Plant, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really pretty sympathetic to that. I think, probably where this came from is, the sort of surprise cost that we saw after phase two last time. And an effort to try and somehow incorporate those into the bids, but I don't know that we actually do that, and I don't think we do it accurately when we're basically just taking an average across, the entire system and applying it to anything that uses it. I see a much greater advantage to providing a credit or incentive for things on the distribution system, because you're not, as I said, you're not only saving those transmission costs, but you're also saving all of the costs of bringing that power in through the substation and onto the system. And I just think that having much greater incentives for those resources on the distribution system is really going to provide us with a better result than just some sort of blanket transmission adder.
So, I mean, that's where my thinking was going. So, I mean, we can keep the adder small if that's what the record says, and then have like a credit for generation in the transmission constrained region, and then on top of that, add another credit for generation in the distribution system. So, but maybe that's as far as we can get today. But that's where I was going to. So, thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, no, I like that approach, but what you were suggesting, if I get it, if I understand, is to authorize doing a credit, but then have a stakeholder group basically try and work out what the amount of that credit would be.
Yeah, it seemed like it seemed like it was unclear on this record.
Yeah,
I
there
suppose.
were a lot of issues raised with the way that credit was calculated. Yes. I did want to point out that you could have resources interconnecting using transmission lines that are freed up by retiring generation. That you know, in terms of eliminating the transmission adder entirely, I just would suggest you consider that there are some resources that might interconnect at the transmission level that would not be subject to that transmission adder. And there probably ought to be some kind of differentiation between those and the resources that actually are adding transmission costs.
Well, maybe we could toss that issue to the stakeholder group too.
I think what you're talking about is capacity that's replacing retired capacity primarily
Yeah.
on that same.
Yeah, using that those transmission resources. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the incentive for that would be good too.
Okay, so your idea is to just provide incentives only and no adders then.
I think what you were saying, Mr. Chairman, was, that the adder is at this point $23. And if we're going to, sort of blow up the record by suggesting that because it's not in there, then it's not that huge of an impact if we go with what staff recommended.
That's where I was coming at it from the advisor recommendation. So
yeah, I agree.
Right.
I agree. And then I have an adder for that freed up capacity.
All right. Does that give you what you need, Mr. Greenberg?
I think so. I may want to. I'll review this and see if we need to do any clarification on Thursday. If that's okay.
Yeah. And my request would be to write it up and circulate it so we can all see the language and, get you red lines and you can see whether you have agreement or you need to bring it back.
Okay. I think that works. I will move on then to phase 2 transmission modeling. The phase 2 framework proposes a 2-step transmission planning process. The first step, referred to as proactive planning, would focus on assessing the needs and alternative solutions to support the supplemental RFP. This work would be conducted via a Colorado Coordinated Planning Group CCPG task force, culminating in a CPCN application at the end of 2026. Step 2 would focus on the transmission needs of the portfolios approved from the base and supplemental RFPs. In this step, the company would provide up to 4 reliability and deliverability analyses as part of the company's 120-day report. The framework also specifies that a small stakeholder group composed of staff, CEO, and UCA, all supported by the independent transmission analyst, and the company would be convened in this summer to inform both near-term and future transmission planning and modeling. This group would have insight and input into both of the steps described above. UCA expresses the concern that members of the CCPG task force will not be able to vote in the CCPG process, therefore recommends that the Commission direct the company to consider and evaluate projects proposed by members of the task force. Advocacy positions regarding this phase 2 transmission modeling process were limited, So the sole decision point in this area is whether or not the Commission should direct the company to model projects proposed by task force members. Advisors recommend a statement in the final decision that the Commission expects UCA staff and CEO to work together with the support of the independent transmission analyst to develop modeling alternatives and expects the company to model all alternatives that this group submits that are endorsed by the ITA. I'll pause here for your deliberation.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I also agree.
as do I.
All right. We'll now move on to resource adequacy issues. There are 5 categories of issues with regard to the company's resource adequacy or RA study and the reliability rubric. I'll describe each of these categories, related party advocacy, and guide you through decision points for each in turn. So starting with the issue of organized wholesale market membership or OWM membership. The first RA issue area regards modeling the company's potential membership in an OWM in the RA study. The company asked the Commission to approve its RA study as presented. It asserts that the study utilized accepted utility practice and notes that many parties praised the improvements in the company has made in RA since its last ERP. In response to party criticisms regarding the study's failure to reflect future company participation in an OWM, the company states that there is no information on how this would impact PRM and ELCC values. So anything it modeled in this regard would be speculation. And that since new market entrants are required to bring sufficient resources, any inaccurate assumptions at this time could handicap the company's ability to enter an OWM in the future. UCA, CC, and CEO all criticized the RA study for its failure to reflect OWM entry during the resource acquisition period, which they contend will have significant short-term impacts on PRM and ELCC values and the cost of market purchases, reducing the need for capacity and increasing each resource's accredited contribution toward filling that reduced need. By not modeling these changes, parties contend that the company will procure excess resources. CC recommends that the company be directed to model at least one scenario in both the base and supplemental RFPs that reflects OWM membership, suggesting that the RA requirements of SPP RTO be used as a proxy. As the Commission is well aware, absent a Commission finding that doing so would be contrary to public interest, the company is required to join an OWM by 2030. Doing so is likely to have significant short-term and long-term impacts for the company's PRM and ELCC values, and the cost of purchase power, as well as increased access to broader diversity of generating resources as transmission links within and external to the market are built over the longer term. The company acknowledges that joining an OWM would likely reduce its PRM and increase ELCC values. This, in turn, would reduce overall capacity need and capital investment. I can pause here for your deliberations or offer a recommendation.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. So for me, I get that there's a statutory obligation for the company to join an OWM by 2030. And over time, the expectation is that these regional markets will meaningfully reduce planning reserve margins and increase ELCC values. At the same time, for me, there's just so much uncertainty about the shape, structure, and timing of these markets that it's not clear the best way to model these changes now. So I would not seek to add more modeling into the phase 2 process at this point. I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. More broadly, for both this ERP and the prior one, the company's RA study has raised some significant issues among the parties, although there seems to be general agreement that this latest RA study is a real improvement over the prior one. So to deal with these challenges and concerns going forward, I'd like to ask the company for its 2028 ERP to file its RA study, say 6 months prior to its direct ERP case, so that we can have a clean opportunity to timely address these issues including the potential planning reserve margin and ELCC benefits of OWMs, as well as those surrounding expected unserved energy that we're about to talk about as part of the next issue. So that's where I'm at, not trying to deal with it in phase two or the supplemental RFP, but trying to make sure we get these RA issues addressed well in advance of the next ERP filing in 2028. Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, well, I agree with the general sense that it appears the RA studies had some significant improvements over the prior iteration. And I would say, while there are still clearly some complaints and shortcomings with regard to it, rather than being flaws that jeopardize reliability or resource adequacy, they tend to basically all be in taking a more conservative tact than most would like to take. Clearly, the risk is there as we end up at a higher cost to ratepayers than is necessary. But I just think that's an important point to make, that while there are criticisms of the resource adequacy report, they are not in the direction of we are not providing enough resource adequacy or enough reliability. They're generally kind of seen as overly conservative in tending in that direction, which I just think is helpful framing for this conversation. With regard to the OWM, look, I agree with a lot of the parties that I think this was a disappointing exclusion here. I understand there's a lot of uncertainty. It's not uncertain that they have a statutory requirement to join an OWM by 2030. So as we get into the wrap that includes post 2030, it is a reasonable expectation that they could and will be in an OWM. I think largely that ship has sailed for the base RFP. There are not standard assumptions they can just plug in. This takes some working to get to kind of those rational inputs for, what market would you model. However, I think it's very reasonable to expect them in the supplemental RFP, which really more squarely includes the time period with which they're statutorily required to be in the market, to include some assumptions there. How do you get to those assumptions, I think, becomes the most difficult part. The company was certainly not enthusiastic about volunteering that they had any idea what those should be. So it seems to me there certainly could be a process in the interim to come to those assumptions, which I think is where you were going or what you were suggesting, Chairman. I would not be of the mind that 6 months is enough to solve that. I think there are probably important assumptions that need to be cooked together more in advance.
I was trying to get to the 2028 ERP. So I was thinking before the next phase one. I was not thinking this is something we're going to fix before the supplemental RFP.
Oh, I mean, well, then we differ. I do think we should fix it
I think we do.
before the supplemental RFP. And I think we have time, but that would put us at, relatively the beginning of next year, trying to get a filing to really sort this out and come to some better understanding as to what those assumptions should be. I think the legislature has spoken. It's the expectation they're in an organized wholesale market, and we cannot very well on our own ignore that directive by ignoring most of the significant benefits that are expected in cost savings to ratepayers by joining a market and by making that in, the resource planning decisions. So, I'd suggest we try to undertake a process beginning early next year to really try and set those parameters and vet those assumptions so that people are not surprised, as I think some were this time, that statutory directive was not included at all in the company's case.
I just think it's too soon to get anything sensible. I just don't think, the capacity on the, you'd have to model the loads and resources throughout a market that is still largely undefined. So I think trying to model it in early 2026 is way premature. But I think you're going to decide this one, Commissioner.
Not necessarily saying you would model it in early 2026, but you would begin a process to really vet the assumptions that could be reasonable in the modeling of it, which would
Well-
occur later for the supplemental RFP.
So
That's
you
what-
think, well, go ahead, Commissioner Plant.
I just had a quick question. So that's what I was trying to sort of understand. I mean, I'm philosophically with you, Commissioner Gilman, on this. We want to try and get this implemented as soon as possible, but the process for the supplemental RFP, does it include another resource adequacy modeling effort, or doesn't it run off of the initial resource adequacy modeling effort that we do for the entire phase two?
If that's a
That's what
question.
I think it should be, but
As proposed, the framework would utilize the existing RA study for the supplemental RFP.
that's my understanding. Commissioner Gilman, any response?
No?
I'm trying to figure out how it would work. If we're doing an RA study for phase two is going to then identify all of these resources. Some of those resources, or depending on the load, there will be another RFP, a supplemental RFP in the event of load appearing and that sort of thing. When would I don't quite understand when the resource adequacy study would happen. And would it delay an RFP? Because I'm trying to I'm with you philosophically that this should be incorporated. I think, Commissioner Blank has identified we don't really have a lot of data right now to be able to do it adequately unless we were to just pull from a sort of a sampling of what happens generally in other regional markets, which I don't know if I don't know if that gets us good data. So I'm just trying to figure out how it would work.
Yeah, Mr. Greenberg, I'm curious if you have any idea how like timing could work between the RFPs or in a setup for between RFPs or in a setup for the next ERP.
Well, I mean, you could, require, as you said, Commissioner Gilman, that the companies submit an application filing to hammer out how that study would be done, and gather data on perhaps data on how the PRM and ELCCs have been affected in other, maybe a proportional change in how the values have been affected in other jurisdictions where IOUs have joined organized markets. You could look at what SPP West is requiring for resource adequacy up to that point. You could look at the membership of that OWM.
How is that ever going to give you something you can use in the supplemental RFP? It's all theoretical. It's not going to apply to the supplemental RFP. That's why I think we're stuck just trying to require a filing well before the next phase one, when you can actually get something that has enough structure to implement. I just don't see how what you're proposing could possibly be used in the supplemental RFP. It's all theoretical based on other markets that may or may not apply to Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tough transition time, but if we kind of cannibalize the value of the wholesale market in developing generation, assuming it doesn't exist, that also puts us in a certain place. So, I mean, I think it's fine to set the expectation for the next ERP, although not exactly clear if 6 months is really sufficient to settle those assumptions. I mean,
fine with 9 months. I'm fine with 9 months, a year. My biggest thing is not trying to do a 2026 litigation that is just not gonna, in any reasonable world, be relevant for a supplemental RFP.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll be a no vote, but that's fine.
You may not. I may be a no vote. Commissioner Plan.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that approach, Mr. Chairman. And to sort of underscore what Commissioner Gilman was talking about, in any sort of reading of this, what this would do is put us um, perhaps a little long on resource adequacy for the short term after 2030, assuming all, joining of the markets and implementation of the markets all goes according to the statutory timeframe. And then, that being long on resource adequacy will get factored into that next 2028 ERP, and this will become a part of that overall calculation. So I support that.
And I just say, Commissioner Gilman, we did adopt a lower load forecast than what the company and a lot of the parties were arguing for. So I think some of the inherent conservativeness in the PRM and the ELCC is offset by what we've done in the by adopting a low load forecast and, questioning some of the EV and BE assumptions. So I don't know, to me, it's a whole balance, and I think we've struck a decent balance. And I don't disagree with you that there's a decent amount of conservatism in the PRM and the ELCC. But you want to keep going, Mr. Greenberg?
Yeah, just before I move on, so I want to, so it sounds like we have a 2-1 vote on to not require a new RA study reflecting OWM membership prior to the 2028 ERP, if I got that right. And then I want
to the supplemental RFP.
Not required, I'm sorry, it'll be required for the 2028 ERP, but not prior to the supplemental. And why don't we get specificity on how far in advance? Now, you said, so I think what we're talking about is the filing of an application proceeding to hammer out the details of the RA study in advance of, far enough in advance of the 2028 ERP, such that the results, the litigated order, the order on those assumptions can be ready and implemented, the study conducted in time. It really would have to be, since it will already have been litigated, you would need those results in time for phase 2, application to phase 2.
Yeah, I mean, 6 or 9 months before the phase 1 filing is what I'd propose.
Okay.
Commissioner
Yeah, I
Gilman?
don't have great insight as to what that timing would have to be for it to be ready to be used. So perhaps you can look into that over the next few days. And then clearly the expectation would be that's not immediately relitigated in the next CRP if we're setting up that unique process. Although I think it would be important to articulate that expectation.
Yeah, and I did want to just, this is not for decision really, but I wanted to observe that for this ERP and the prior one, there have been, the commission has recognized significant issues with the RA study. And of course, the RA study is, very influential on the rest of the case. It has, very large implications on the determination of need and the ability of all of different resources to, satisfy that need. So I just wanted to reflect that there is a bit of a kind of a structural issue, or seems to be a structural issue with our rules regarding, supplying an RA study at the same time that an ERP is filed. By that time, it seems is already too late if there are issues with the RA study.
I think all three of us have agreed with that, which is why we're proposing to do something 6 or 9 months before. And I think if you could help us figure what the appropriate time is, that'd be great.
Okay, will do. Moving on now. Next issue area, second category is regarding resource adequacy. Is broadly the appropriateness of considering economics within the RA framework and whether specific impacts of the company's proposed reliability rubric on phase 2 portfolios should be reported. The company maintains that it's not reasonable to consider economics or the value of lost load in the RA assessment because the use of an economic RA standard is, quote, functionally non-existent. The company defends its use of the 0.1 loss of load expectation, LOLE, metric as a standard, accepted practice within and outside of Colorado. Following the creation of the phase 2 portfolios, Public Service proposes running each portfolio through a stress test using extreme summer and winter scenarios, which it calls the reliability rubric. If the portfolios indicate any non-zero amount of unserved energy or ancillary service violations under these extreme conditions, the company will go through a series of steps that will add resources until there's no unserved energy. Only after a portfolio passes the reliability rubric will the company consider it to be reliable. In rebuttal, Public Service agrees to certain modifications to the reliability rubric, including presenting the results of portfolios that initially fail the rubric tests and showing the capacity expansion plans and the amount of unserved energy or ancillary service violations for that portfolio. However, the company ultimately maintains its position that the standard of no ancillary service violations or unserved energy in the extreme weather analysis is appropriate. The company states that it does not intend to provide any analysis or commentary on the amount or duration of unserved energy or ancillary service violations that are, quote, acceptable, or to support conversations of whether the incremental additions to resolve shortfalls are economically justified. CEI and CRESS argue that an evaluation of resource adequacy that considers only loss of load expectation provides an incomplete picture of a system's reliability needs, limiting transparency into the nature of reliability events and limiting the Commission's ability to select the resources that best match the reliability need. They complain further that this lack of transparency is accompanied in the reliability rubric by an unlimited penalty for any portfolio exhibiting non-zero unserved energy under extreme weather events, but that the company refused to demonstrate the potential results of the rubric by applying it to the generic phase 1 portfolios. CRESS cites studies conducted by the Energy Systems Integration Group and NERC that discuss the evolving nature of reliability events due to the introduction of renewable resources and energy storage on the grid. These studies support the CEI and CRESS contention that LOLE alone is no longer a sufficient measure of reliability, and that future RA assessments should use expected unserved energy, or EUE, as an additional metric. CEI argues that the company should be required to provide additional information on the magnitude and duration of each reliability event addressed in an RA study, so that the Commission and parties can gain insight into how well reliability solutions are matched with the reliability events they address. Regarding the reliability rubric, staff recommends that the company should keep staff apprised of any changes to the proposed rubric before and during the actual modeling of bids in phase 2. This ensures that staff is able to confirm that phase 2 modeling assumptions are in line with what's approved in the phase 1 decision. Similar to other parties, staff also expresses concern that the company has not applied the extreme weather test to the generic phase 1 portfolios, stating that it is unclear how the testing of portfolios will play out in phase 2. In its statement of position, CEO asked that the Commission require Public Service to document and provide as part of its phase 2 analysis of the of the reliability rubric the initial portfolio results in terms of the incremental resource additions and the PVRR added to that portfolio during each step of the reliability rubric. Advisors see 3 decision points in this issue area. The first is whether or not the Commission should require the company to provide detailed information on the impact of the reliability rubric on each portfolio. I can pause here or provide a recommendation.
Let me jump in. So regarding the company's proposed reliability rubric, I generally believe that any approach that is structured to completely ignore economic issues under extreme assumptions is problematic. As a state and a society, we accept the fact that guaranteeing 100% reliability may be prohibitively expensive. So I share many of the concerns outlined by the parties. At the same time, however, we've already adjusted the overall load forecast significantly downward from the company's request in approving the low load forecast. And I'm reluctant to push things involving RA much further over the company's concerns. So for me, I'd adopt the CEO's suggestion and direct the company to provide, in addition to its rebuttal testimony commitments, information about each reliability event that causes a portfolio modification due to the reliability rubric. This should include identifying the added resources, the change in present value revenue requirement, the magnitude, duration, and amount of unserved energy, the resources added to address each event, and the comparative cost of serving otherwise unserved energy. And this may get to the other decision points, but as requested by staff, I'd also ask the company to keep staff, the IE, and as appropriate other parties apprised of any modification to the impacts of the reliability rubric as best as reasonably possible through both the base and supplemental RFPs. And then I take up this issue in the RA study that we just decided we're going to ask the company to perform before the 2028 ERP. So that's my thoughts on this, Commissioner Gilman. Anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, I agree with you on each account. I'd use slightly stronger language than ask. Require them. I think it's our
just trying to be polite. Demand, require, order.
We're in like hour 12. We're past that. So I think they should be required to keep staff apprised as to any changes to that. I think that's a very reasonable expectation. So with that modification to your overly polite language, I agree with your other aspects.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I agree, and share the concern that you articulated around, adding these resources without any look at the economic impact. Not because we're not concerned about reliability, but there may be much less expensive ways to get these things accomplished, and we're not seeing, So I think we just have to be able to see, and I think that the proposal that you put forward will, provide some transparency into that process and the costs that are associated with it.
I think that gets us through this issue. Mr. Greenberg, anything else on this one?
There's one thing I want to clarify. I mean, I heard all 3 of you say you want to incorporate consideration of economic issues in the RA study. I guess I would suggest, adopting the metric of expected unserved energy, which is recommended in some of the studies I cited earlier. And I just want to make sure that you're on board with that.
That works for me, Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
All right, keep us moving, Mr. Greenberg.
Right along. Impact. All right. So the third issue area regarding resource adequacy is the potential for daytime EV charging to significantly change the company's load shape and thereby change the ELCC attributed to solar. Kress argues that the company assumes that the vast majority of incremental EV charging will occur at night, resulting in what it calls inaccurately low ELCC values for solar, particularly in the winter. Kress argues that the recently approved time of use rates will create a far larger incentive for owners to charge their EVs during off-peak daytime hours than either of the company's managed charging programs, and that this will lead to very significant daytime EV charging. Kress contends that the result will be a load curve so different from the one in the company used in the HRA study that the study will need to be redone in order to give solar a more accurate ELCC. So the decision point here is whether the commission should require the company to revise its RA study to reflect substantial daytime EV charging. We can pause here. Or,
yeah, let me just jump in. I don't think I'd mess around with the RA study and the ELCC on this. For me, and this is a later point, but I just think we just got to move. Well, go ahead. Why don't you give a recommendation?
Okay. Advisors believe Kress is asking the commission to take too much of a leap of faith, but such a transition in charging behavior will be significant enough to warrant a modification to the RA study. We believe too much remains to be learned about the dynamics of consumer charging behavior and its response to utility programs, aggregator programs, and revised TOU rates. Furthermore, while Kress claims that a significant fraction of the EV charging load will shift to daytime hours, it doesn't address the question of how a large fraction of EV commuters would even be able to charge during the day given the paucity of workplace chargers. Accordingly, advisors do not recommend requiring a revision to the RA study as Kress advocates.
Commissioner Gilman.
Thanks, Mr. Greenberg. Yeah, I agree with where your recommendation went, although I think this is good information to keep in mind as we move forward into the next TEP and look at our actual ambitions for managed charging and really managing it not only around reducing system peak, but encouraging more daytime charging, in line with the benefits that Kress points out. And so I think more homework to be done in the TEP to really try to pursue these potential benefits and hopefully coming to an ERP near you in the not too distant future once we can get some of these improvements made in the programmatic things that underlie the assumption.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I'm in the same place. The only thing I would add is that, during our TOU deliberations, we did, consider a super off-peak time that was designed to really do that, to draw charging, and we decided, maybe looking at that in a subsequent TOU. I think that without those kinds of draws, without, as Commissioner Gilman pointed out, a little bit of a record to look back and see how consumers are responding, it would be too early to implement that here. But it's something that I think when we do get to a revision of TOU, if we're going to look at super off peak, it might be something to consider.
Yeah, so I'm good with your recommendation and just have two comments. I'd also like to potentially look at a super on peak rate. I think there's increasingly 50 or 100 hours a year of demand that are driving most of this capital need. And given what the company's forecasting on EVs, I wouldn't mind looking at rate alternatives to try and manage that EVs off peak. So I just throw out the super on peak as a counterpoint to your super off peak.
Super on, super off.
Super on. Yeah, like Karate Kid. And the other thing I wanted to say, and I know we're getting to this in a second, but for me, I would just decrement the load forecast with distributed solar and stop screwing around with this ELCC. I think there's no real basis in the record to, add the solar into the load forecast and then apply an ELCC and decrement. And I just think distributed solar needs to decrement load. End of story. So I don't know if you have any comments on that, and I'd almost be willing to vote on that now. But Commissioner Gilman, any thoughts about shifting from low, decrementing from these ELCs for distributed solar to decrementing load?
Yeah, I mean, it seems fairly obvious it's a load modifier and not some resource the company is deploying. So that seems very reasonable.
So it moots out this ELC issue for distributed solar. Any thoughts on that? Maybe we can dispose of that issue now, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, that load never hits the bulk system.
All right, so that may save one of our issues later, Mr. Greenberg, but
right.
why don't we keep going?
All right, we're still on a couple more issues on resource adequacy. The fourth issue regards the potential for weather correlated outages of thermal generation. In its answer testimony, Crest presents analysis of a figure the company presents in its RA study. And from this analysis asserts that the company's conclusion that the availability of its thermal plants is unaffected by temperature is unwarranted. Crest claims that other studies using more extensive data sets consistently found temperature dependence of thermal capacity availability, particularly at low temperatures. Crest requests that the Commission review this portion of the RA study with the company and staff to determine its potential impacts on the conclusions of the study. On the conclusions the study draws on the ELCC of firm gas resources. I can pause here or provide a recommendation for you.
If you can go to a quick recommendation, that'd be great.
Advisors agree with the company that the figure Crest cites as problematic does show a lack of temperature dependence for unit availability. Since there's no information on the record that the company's thermal units are subject to correlated outage at extreme temperatures, advisors see no basis for Crest's request that an adjustment be made to the ELCCs of thermal units. However, advisors recommend guidance to the company to ensure that in the future it presents a more rigorous evaluation of any potential temperature dependence of thermal unit availability, perhaps using hourly rather than average daily temperatures.
Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree. I mean, I would note that this was an issue in Texas, certainly, but I think that's because they just didn't take the kind of preventative actions that we take to account for low temperatures. And so I don't know that it's as significant a consideration here.
Maybe not in the winter, but in the summer. It was an issue last week. So multiple thermal units down because of high temperatures. Maybe. Keep going, Mr. Greenberg. I agree.
Okay. And the final resource adequacy issue area regards the representation of market purchases in the RA study. The company defends its practices of limiting market purchases in the RA study to the average availability of purchases during its high-risk hours in recent years, and is critical of party suggestions that it should model neighboring systems to determine availability of purchase power, noting that loads and resources of neighboring systems are increasingly uncertain, making any modeling attempt, quote, an exercise in speculation. The company notes further that its ability to import power is limited by transfer capacity, further limiting its ability to rely on its neighbors in times of need. Conservation Coalition expresses concern that public services proposals for phase 2 modeling do not reflect the company's proposed participation in SPP Markets Plus. CC argues that the Commission should require the company to update its modeling for the supplemental RFP to reflect any data the company possesses regarding the effects of Markets Plus participation on curtailments and market purchases and sales. So the decision to be made here is whether to grant the CC request and require the company to modify its representation of market purchases for the supplemental RFP based on updated information on the impact of Markets Plus participation. So I can pause here or offer a recommendation.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm fine with ordering the company to include whatever relevant new information it has based on its experience with Markets Plus or any other source as it goes into the RFP. But I don't know that that's a revised RA study. Commissioner Gilman, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just curious how that manifests if it's not any revisions to the RA study.
I can take a stab at that if you like.
Sure.
Yeah.
I do think, that there's places in both capacity expansion and production costing models where additional information on any additional information that's relevant for Markets Plus could be put into the input files. So it's not.
Okay, so I guess it sounds like that's the venue for the supplemental RFP for revisions, and then based on our prior discussion with the expectation for revised RA study prior to the 2028 ERP, we're still expecting that ERP in 2028? Making sure.
I believe that's correct. I'm not aware of anything other than that. So if anybody else on the call is,
because everything else is going to go perfect through to
get
RFP.
requests for things to be delayed. Yeah. So then in preparation for the 2028 ERP and the RA study revisions we already discussed, this would be an additional revision or update reflecting experiences in Markets Plus. That would be part of that, would be my expectation.
I'd agree with that. Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
All right.
okay.
think-
So let's see if I need to set this up because you already discussed a piece of it. The next issue is modeling of distributed solar and demand response. I guess just for viewers, I'll go through this really quickly. The company treated both distributed solar and DR as resources rather than load modifiers, adding their impacts back into its net load to get gross load. ELCCs were then applied to these resources to model their impacts to load in capacity expansion. In its SOP, the company responds to advocacy by WRA and SWEEP that demand response, distributed solar is not mentioned there, but that demand response should be treated as a load modifier rather than the ELCC methodology the company applied. The company argues that WRA SWEEP's recommendation is unsubstantiated, would result in inaccurate representation of the reliability impact of DR, and would require that the entire RA study be redone, which it argues would be imprudent given the time and expense doing so would take. WRA SWEEP argue that distributed solar is market-driven. Okay, we've already talked about this, but market-driven, procured by customers rather than utility, so it's illogical.
Just jump to the DR.
With regard to DR, WRA and SWEEP criticize the company for limiting its DR forecast only to the types of DR programs it currently offers, which are subject to tariff limits on schedule, frequency, and duration of dispatch, limiting their ability to respond to reliability events from 2 to 7 p.m. WRA and SWEEP also discuss additional untapped DR resources such as controllable water heaters and cold thermal storage, for which it claims there's large economic potential. WRA and SWEEP recommend DR be modeled as a load modifier rather than with an ELCC, and that the company should reevaluate additional DR resource types for its next ERP, along with interactive effects of combining DR with energy efficiency and distributed solar under a VPP framework. Now, you've already discussed that you feel that the ELCC method should not be used for solar because it's procured by customers. So I'm going to ask a question with regard to demand response, whether or not to treat this resource as a load modifier or to utilize the ELCC approach as the company proposes.
Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, I mean, with regard to DR, to me, that's clearly also a load modifier that would be driven by customers, largely at the expense of customers, and reduce the impact across the system. So I just don't see it as being akin to how they've modeled it. And also would recognize the universe of DR is far larger and more dynamic than what the company is modeling. Their programs are fairly limited, and a lot of the limitations even within those programs are somewhat self-inflicted. And that's something we should strive to improve as we look at the underlying programs across different proceedings that feed into those assumptions.
Yeah, I mean, the problem, I mean, I totally agree. Demand response should be a load modifier. The problem is the company's programs have no liquidated damages, so there's no consequences on anybody for failure to perform, which makes it modify load. So I don't know, maybe there's a commission decision saying stop doing the ELC approach going forward. But I don't know exactly how to treat the company programs, which just seem flawed. So, Commissioner Plan, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, I mean, this is there's a couple of problems associated with this. One is that they're just using the existing programs and they're proposing to roll out much more substantial programs during the, the resource acquisition period that we're talking about here. And um, we don't have any data on those programs and how they're adopted, how they're dispatched, how their different technological makeup contributes in different ways, what that ELCC might be. I think that as we get more information from the VPP program and the ADERs in general, we'll have enough information to appropriately apply an ELCC, and that's something that I hope we can talk with the various parties about in the DSP proceeding. But I think as a default, just using it in this case as a load modifier makes a lot more sense than trying to pick some proxy without any without any supporting information and apply it to the model. So I would go with the load modification.
Does that give you enough, Mr. Greenberg, or
Yeah, I think so.
was that good?
Sorry, it sounds like all three of you are in favor of treating DR as a load modifier rather than using ELCC going for this ERP. So okay, then I will move along to the.
I mean, but there's not much chance of modifying the resource adequacy study, right? So we're sort of stuck.
Well, okay, so I'm glad you said that. I mean, both with DR and solar, if you want to, if you're directing the company to use them as load modifiers, what that means is adding their impacts back into the net load. It wouldn't impact the RA study, of course, but it would modify the load that they use in their modeling going forward.
All right, keep going.
All right. Okay, so on to the solar regulating reserve penalty. In its direct case, the company proposed a solar regulating reserve, or SRR, penalty of $8 per kilowatt year for solar projects located within a 37-mile radius of Pueblo to account for increased regulation costs associated with high ramp rates due to the concentration of solar facilities in the area. Solar bids near Pueblo would also be ineligible for the Just Transition, or JT, credit. CEI's answer testimony presented an accurate and fundamental flaw in the company's analysis, and so on rebuttal, the company adopted the revised penalty value calculated by CEI. The company's rebuttal testimony contested all other arguments. CEI argues that the company should not ignore the impacts of wind variability, which is a larger resource than solar and has power ramps of similar magnitude. It argues that by leaving this out, it's impossible to accurately determine reserve requirements or any solar-only penalty. CEI argues that the company's methodology is methodologically unsound and should not be adopted. CEI further points to several weaknesses in the assumptions the company made in estimating the costs of providing regulating reserve services. Due to these weaknesses, CEI asked the Commission to deny the SRR penalty. CRES and PSR state their agreement with CEI. The Environmental Justice Coalition contends The SRR study was flawed in that it ignored how pairing solar with storage would address the ramping needs alleged by the company. EJC contends further that the SRR penalty would discourage construction of clean resources in the Pueblo area, which is home to several disproportionately impacted communities. EJC recommends that the Commission reject the SRR penalty and require that solar bids in the Pueblo area be eligible for the JT modeling credits. Interwest notes public service witness Landrum's agreement during the hearing that both storage and gas facilities provide regulating reserves and that these resources are likely to be added to the system in and around Pueblo. It argues that predetermining a reasonable quantity of each resource type without knowing what other resources will be added is unreasonable. Interwest concludes that the solar exclusion from just transition credit eligibility and the SRR penalty are unwarranted. So the decision point on this issue is whether to accept the SRR penalty and exclusion from the JT credits for Pueblo area solar as proposed by the company, or to reject these provisions as advocated by CEI, EJC, and Interwest. I'll pause here for your deliberations or can offer a recommendation.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I just say I found the party concerns with both the SRR penalty and the exclusion of the JTS credits for Pueblo area solar to be generally convincing and would reject and would reject both. So I'd go with Interwest, EJC, and the other parties. Commissioner Gumman?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the company really put forth a convincing argument that these are well-founded, in method or in actual value. So I would reject the solely regulating reserve penalty concept.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree. And I would also just point out that this is exactly where we have some of the freed up transmission capacity that we're talking about. So
Yeah, maybe.
if anything, we don't want to be penalizing it. So.
All right. I think Mr. Greenberg, that concludes your piece. Is that correct?
That is correct. So I can turn it back to Mr. Eden now.
Yeah, well, thank you for leading us through that, Mr. Greenberg. Greatly appreciated. And Mr. Eden, why don't we take maybe a 8-minute break till 3:25 before we jump into the next set of issues, given that we've been at this for a couple hours.
A couple hours today. Yeah, that sounds fun.
A couple hours today. Yeah. All right, let's come back at 3:25. Thanks. All right, Mr. Eden, take us away.
All right, so we're going to turn now to just transition issues. This is the part of the proceeding that deals with the coal transition communities that are going to be impacted by the accelerated retirement of the coal plants. Before I jump into my issues, though, I'll turn it to Assistant Attorney General Mr. DeCenzo to discuss a motion to strike.
Mr. DeCenzo. You're muted, sir.
Sorry about that. Good
There
afternoon,
you go.
commissioners. Mitchell DeCenzo of your commission council. As Mr. Eden indicated, before we get to the discussion of just transition issues, I will briefly present a motion to strike filed by Moffat County in the city of Craig on August 4th, 2025. To remind the commission, Moffat and Craig request the commission strike a portion of Pueblo Intervenors SOP that states in part that Moffat and Craig submitted cross-answer testimony claiming that employee impact payment should go to them as opposed to Hayden, and that Moffat and Craig has been fighting with Hayden en route as to who should receive the payments. The motion to strike argues this statement is false, argues alleged facts not in evidence, is advanced for an improper purpose, and should be stricken for the record. Moffat and Craig assert that it did not file cross-answer testimony in this proceeding. There is no evidence in the record that Craig's request for community assistance has been made in lieu of or as opposed to the Routt County governments, and that the evidence does not show that the governments have been fighting, but rather have been supportive of each other throughout the proceeding. Through interim decision number C25-0581, issued August 7th, the commission set a shortened response time of August 11th, 2025. Pueblo Intervenors filed a response on August 11th, wherein Pueblo contends its statements are supported by the record. Pueblo points to statements made by Routt and Hayden witness Commissioner Redmond, where he explains that any interpretation that reallocates or limits Routt County's arguments for economic assistance based on Moffat County's claims of workforce-related impacts would undermine the purpose of the just transition process. Pueblo also points to Routt County Commissioner Redmond's testimony regarding the Carbon-Free Future Development Fund, where he requests that the commission reject any interpretation of the Moffat County government's proposal for economic assistance payments as a limitation or subtraction for the economic assistance needed by the Routt County governments. Pueblo asserts this testimony supports a statement that there is a fight or dispute between the governments and that it is important to include its statement in the record. Additionally, Pueblo states it offered to correct its misstatement regarding its reference to cross-answer testimony rather than answer testimony, but that this was not reflected in the motion to strike's description of the conferral. And I can pause here for discussion or continue to offer a recommendation.
If you give us a recommendation, that'd be great.
Council recommends that the commission deny Moffat and Craig's motion to strike. Consistent with Colorado Revised Statute 46-1014, the commission has broad discretion in both determining the admissibility of evidence in its proceedings, as well as the appropriate weight to assign to evidence. The commission may therefore, if it so chooses, weigh the statements of Pueblo accordingly in light of the concerns expressed by Moffat and Craig. And I'll pause here for a vote.
Mr. Chair, you froze up there for a second, I think.
Did he freeze up or did I freeze?
You froze up. I didn't know if you were speaking.
It's fine. Commissioner Gilman?
I agree with your recommendation.
I agree.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree as well.
As do I.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, I'll go ahead and continue with the issue of just transition, starting with the community assistance payments for Moffat and Craig. At the outset, however, I'd like to acknowledge the numerous written public comments the Commission received from citizens in Routt and Moffat counties. We've previously been provided these comments, and I won't repeat the details here, but the common thing among all public comments was the significant impact that the early closure of the coal plants will have on those communities. So With that, I'll start with some background. One of the primary accomplishments of the 2021 Electric Resource Plan and Clean Energy Plan, or ERP-CEP, was the approval of Public Services Coal Transition Plan. Under this plan, Pawnee will be converted to natural gas no later than January 1st, 2026. Craig 2 will retire in 2028. Hayden 1 will retire in 2028, and Hayden 2 will retire in 2027. And Pueblo Unit 3 is set to retire no later than January 1st, 2031. Of these accelerated retirements, only the Pawnee conversion and Unit 3 are Clean Energy Plan actions that were directly at issue in the 2021 ERP-CEP. In the updated settlement agreement, or USA, in the 2021 ERP-CEP, the estimated cost of the community assistance for each coal plant will be equal to the projected lost property tax revenues for 6 years following the retirement or conversion for Hayden 1 and Hayden 2, and Pawnee, and 10 years for Comanche 3. Public Service maintained during the 2021 ERP-CEP that it was not obligated to provide just transition benefits to Craig 2 because it was a minority owner and non-operator of that coal plant. In this JTS, several interveners argue that Public Service should be required to pay community assistance payments to Moffat County, where Craig 2 is located. Public Service reports that it is neutral on whether to provide community assistance payments for Craig 2, as long as the Commission makes a finding that any estimated tax payments that Public Service makes for these facilities only represent such payments up to the ownership proportional amount. As opposed to Craig 2, the company opposes providing community assistance payments based on its ownership share of Craig 1, noting the decision to retire Craig 1 was announced in 2016 to assist with the regional haze rule compliance. If the Commission directs Public Service to provide community assistance payments for Craig 2, the company believes that Moffat County should get 6 years of payments with an offset for new replacement generation and infrastructure, similar to the structure used for Route County and Morgan County, respectively. Public Service calculates the average annual community assistance payments for Craig 2 would be $645,666.7 for a total of $3,874,000 over the 2029 through 2034 time period. The interveners support the community assistance payments contemplated in the 2021 ERP-CEP and set forth in the company's direct. Under that approach, Moffat County would not receive any community assistance payments. CEO, UCA, and Moffat and Craig all support expanding community assistance payments to Moffat County. These parties argue the 2021 ERP-CEP updated settlement agreement and the Just Transition Statute set a floor for community assistance requirements, but the Commission has broad authority to go beyond what Public Service currently proposes. UCA in particular argues Public Service has statutory obligations to compensate Moffat County community related to the retirements of both Craig Units 1 and 2. Moffat and Craig assert there is a strong record demonstrating just how strongly effective their communities will be in the face of the forthcoming coal plant closures, based on the fact that the property tax payments that Craig Station pays are the lifeblood of these communities. So the issue before you is whether to expand the community assistance payments to Moffat County. After we discuss that issue, I'll turn to the request to expand the community assistance payments for both Moffat County and Route County. I'll pause for your discussion, or I can offer a recommendation.
Commissioner Goman, do you want a recommendation, or you want to go first?
Yeah, I can take a recommendation.
Mr. Eden?
Sure. Advisors recommend directing Public Service to provide community assistance payments to Moffat and Craig based on its ownership interest in Craig 2, consistent with the company's offer in rebuttal and its statement of position. There appears to be little justification for treating Craig 2 differently than Hayden 1 and Hayden 2. The contention that only the operator of a coal plant is responsible for providing community assistance payments is unpersuasive.
Commissioner Goman?
Thanks, Mr. Eden. I agree. And I also think it might be helpful at the beginning of the community assistance discussion to just discuss where this money comes from. Correct me if I err here, but this is essentially money being collected from all of the Public Service Company of Colorado's ratepayers as part of their revenue requirement and being essentially distributed to these communities rather than being money coming from shareholders or Public Service Company of Colorado directly. Is that a fair representation?
Yes, absolutely. That's how it's currently structured.
Okay, I just wanted to set the stage as we talk about what Public Service Company is paying these communities. It actually is the ratepayers using the vehicle of Public Service Company of Colorado paying these communities. And I just think that's helpful framing to really understand kind of what is appropriate as we navigate these difficult issues. So I do agree with your recommendation.
Thanks for the clarification of what's going on here, Commissioner Plant.
And yeah, I largely agree with the recommendation in terms of the percentage and to include Craig as well. The thing I'm kind of stuck on is the 6 years. You know, in my mind, the USA really didn't involve. I don't. This is just matter of fact, not in my mind, but Route and Moffett were and the cities were not included in that discussion, and so really they aren't parties to that agreement, and I don't see how that should apply to them if they weren't even at the table. And I'm having trouble. I think the property taxes should replace, what is being lost through an early retirement. In the case of Moffat County, it's 2 years. In the case of Route County in Hayden, it's up to 9 years if you're looking at Hayden too. So if we're giving a 6-year property tax replacement for a 9-year early retirement, I just don't feel like we're fulfilling the requirements. And if we're doing 6 years for a 2-year early retirement, I feel like we're overdoing the requirement. So to me, it seems like, the most logical thing to do is to take the property taxes that would be owed had the facilities gone to their full book life and just apply them for that period of time. So in Moffitt's case, it would be 2 years, and in Hayden and Routes, it would be, well, there'd be two periods of when both units are operating, and then another for with just when the Hayden unit is operating and having the depreciation applied in those ways. And that way, you're replacing the property tax, as opposed to picking a sort of a random number of six and saying, that's what we're going to give you. It does. It seems like if what we're trying to do is replace the property tax, associating it with those timeframes makes more sense to me.
Can you remind me the timeframes on the two Hayden units, Mr. Eden?
Yeah, I believe what Commissioner Plant mentioned, I believe one of them is retiring 2 years ahead of schedule, and the other one is retiring 9 years ahead of schedule. But I'm trying to find my notes to confirm.
So, Commissioner Plant, you're proposing. Can you just walk us through exactly what you're proposing? These
Yeah,
payments would last 2 years for Moffett.
Yeah, they'd
4
last
years.
last until the date of the end of their book life. So for the property taxes that would be paid for 1 and 2, that would go for 2 years. Then you'd, be shutting down one in the normal course of action. So you'd be paying property tax on Hayden 2 operating for another 7 years. And that, along with the depreciation that's associated with that. And then in the case of Moffett, you'd be getting, the property tax payments that are being lost for early retirement, which is 2 years.
And is your proposal for Route County greater or less than what the company's proposing?
Well, I think for Route County is a good question. I think it would be more for Route, and then it would be less for Moffett because they would, instead of getting 6 years, they'd be getting 2 years. But I don't know how the final numbers work out.
Well, I'd be open to doing what you're suggesting on Route County, but I probably wouldn't cut back Moffett County. The dollars are relatively small in the context of the tens of billions of dollars we have in front of us, and I think that community is really suffering. So I'd hate to claw back money from Moffett County, but I totally get the logic of what you're suggesting, but might do it for Route County, but not Moffett County. But Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you want to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think in order to really consider that, we might need like some numbers as to actual adjustments for Thursday. I guess like on the general idea, we're in the 2021 ERP and the USA resulting from that. I mean, some of this is just an approximation of what seems relatively fair. If we move to some hard and fast calculation on what was the original retirement date of the plants, the upward limit in Pueblo is going to be very high. And so I think we have to consider like how we take the same approach or a similar approach everywhere. And I don't think that's a replicable approach. I know you didn't say Pueblo, but it won't be long until we get that request in if we go here, right? And so I think we have to think across the entire portfolio as to like what works and can be proportionately fair in each of these areas. We've got I think it's appropriate to look at how early are they retiring, but it is like undisputed Comanche 3 will be retiring the most early in its intended life. So I just think that's an important thing to consider as we like perhaps evaluate this in the lead up to deliberations Thursday. Is like we can't be imposing some kind of mathematical thing here that we can't then that we financially could not continue to other areas and other plants is a significant concern of mine. I think another concern in thinking, and obviously like now we've got kind of coal transition issues. We also have significant potential new gas that already has stranded cost issues batting around. So I think we also have to be thinking of the future as we set these and like what can we really bear doing now and doing in the future. This is not the beginning or the end of stranded cost issues with regard to these fossil plants. And so it's just important to consider the entire picture as we look at what's fair.
You have a proposal for us, Commissioner Gilman? Well, why don't you do across all of these?
I mean, nothing very creative. I mean,
I'm just trying to get this resolved and take a vote. So if you want to frame up a vote, that'd be pretty happy with me.
I mean,
I'm not looking for you to make something up.
Yeah. I mean, the most cut and dry is to move to the 6 years for each of them. I think if we considered anything else, we'd probably have to come back Thursday with some actual numbers to understand the impacts and then look more broadly at the impacts on are there implications across the rest of the portfolio and what other parties or communities might be expecting as a result, because that could have real financial ramifications if there are other adjustments as well.
I
I think
guess Commissioner Plan, I was very persuaded by what you said until Commissioner Gilman spoke. So I seem to be going with whoever spoke last. So
um, I
go
think
for it.
I think I could go with the 6 years as long as the payments, particularly in Routt County, for the 6 years are based off of the full term of how early it's being closed. So I can't get around, giving the statute says we're going to replace the property tax, and it would have run for another 3 years. So, I mean, if we base it off of the 9 years and do it, the full amount and just have a 6 year payment for that, I think that would work. On the Pueblo issue, the thing that again, I just can't. They've negotiated a settlement for their position, which I respect. But Rout and Moffett weren't in that settlement, so I mean, it's kind of this is the case where we determine what's appropriate for these communities, and each community and each coal plant are different situations. Pueblo's already negotiated their settlement in the last case, so they already had their basis set, but these other communities didn't. And which is why we went there, and which is why we got testimony from them. And if it were just plug it into the computer and say this is what you get, then that's we wouldn't have done that.
So I'm a little confused what you're proposing different than the 6 years.
So the six, just to make sure that 6 years in the case of Hayden encompasses the amount that would have been collected for the full 9 years. You could pay it over 6 years, but I just want to make sure we're not shorting them in
uh,
terms of what they would have collected.
but it seems like between the 2 years and the 9 years, 6 years is not a terrible average. But you just want to check the math. It
Yeah,
sounds
just
like
make sure that,
you're okay with the 6 years, but you want to reserve the opportunity to check the math.
yeah.
And if I may jump in, I just, I didn't mention this in the setup, but the company also proposes to file a standalone application proceeding after the approval of the JTS portfolio that takes into account the additional investments that occur in these communities. And in that proceeding, the commission and parties will have an opportunity to kind of get the final numbers on the community assistance payment. So I just wanted to make sure you all had that in your mind as well.
So I think, Mr. Eaton, that gets us through a number of the subsequent issues too. I think we're not going to expand community assistant to Moffett beyond the 6 years. And I think that gives you hopefully what you need on Routt County. So can you keep us moving?
I just want, I hate to keep beating this, because I would also like to move on. I think what Commissioner Flint's saying though is it's more than 6 years worth of lost tax revenue. It's 9 years worth of lost tax revenue he wants paid out over 6 years. It's a fundamentally different approach than we have in other areas, and we cannot offer that to everyone. And I understand they entered a settlement agreement, but I've got some problems with the fairness issue.
So I guess for me to support what Commissioner Plan, I think what Commissioner Plan is saying, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but for me, one of the units is 2 years, one of the units is 9 years. And I think the way I view it is I just want to make 6 years, is roughly consistent with what the 2 years and the 9 years would leave you with.
Well,
So
yeah,
I don't think there's a methodology change necessarily. It's just a check on the dollars. But
well, yeah, I think what you're proposing, Mr. Chairman, is to come back on Thursday with the actual numbers, and we can, or what the estimate. So my issue with the saying, 2 years and 9 years averages out about 6 years, is that the valuation changes between the 2 years and the 9 years, right? Because you've got one of the units closing down. And I just want to make I don't know if they're applying, that 2 point something. I mean, there's a difference between what route is calculating as their annual payment, which they base at 3.6 million because that's what they're paying today. And then Excel depreciates their assets over time and says, well, we wouldn't be paying what we're paying today. We'd be paying, a depreciated amount as we go forward. And I think that those are the issues that, Mr. Eden, I think, are those the issues that are going to get resolved in that next or proceeding that you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think right now that the commission is really setting kind of a methodology that's going to, one, impact the phase two, um, um, the blanking here, the phase two process, and then kind of set the framework for this subsequent application proceeding. And this subsequent application proceeding will provide another opportunity for the commission to finalize the numbers, both of, I think, depreciation as well as how the offset amounts count. And then I would also just note that based on the company's rebuttal testimony, the $16.3 million that they're currently proposing for the Hayden units would be the taxes that would have been paid if the generators had operated to the end of their full book lives. So while there's some issues with the details of these numbers and depreciation and the number of years, the company is saying in their rebuttal that the 16.3 does make up the full extent.
I think I'm with Commissioner Goman. Let's just stick to the 6 years. And let's look at the numbers over the next 3 days. And if you'd like to bring it back, Commissioner Plant, we can talk about it further on Thursday. Does that work?
Yeah, that works.
So hopefully that resolves some other issues.
Yeah, there's a few other. So I'm not going to get into all of the issues with the expanded community assistance payments. You all have previously been briefed about the various arguments that interveners have raised. I would just add that Pueblo interveners request that the commission issue an order quantifying the community assistance payments and the underlying methodology. Pueblo argues that not having such a quantification could increase the interest rate on any debt Pueblo County issues in the future or impact the county's credit rating. And then I would also note that Routt County provided a few, I guess, what I would call non-monetary requests in their answer testimony. And this involves things like what's going to happen to the unused water rights and a railroad spur line. So I could provide a recommendation on those issues if you like.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So while advisors generally recommend adopting the company's position, including the calculated community assistance payments for Moffett County, we recommend the commission acknowledge and grant Pueblo's request that the commission decision quantify the community assistance payments and the underlying methodology that Pueblo can expect to receive. In addition, the non-monetary requests from Routt County governments appear reasonable to advisors. Specifically, advisors recommend the company be required to propose a pathway to the dedication of the Hayden Station spur line, the pump house property, and any unused water rights currently benefiting Hayden Station after the year 2050. This proposal should be included in the separate community assistance application proceeding that Public Service has committed to file.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
As do I.
Thank you. So the next issue is just transition modeling credits. And
Can I add,
2021,
I'm sorry, Mr. Eden, can I add one additional thing? And I know we haven't finalized our vote on the community assistance payments, but I would also like us to add some language encouraging the other utilities that are partial owners in the Hayden unit to similarly replace their the property taxes that would have been paid um, had the units gone to their full life. I think um, what Route County really identified is that while you know Piesco takes care of 70 something percent of the tax bill, they have bonded on the full value. And, just as in Moffett County, we don't think that just the operator should be the one that pays. Additionally, in this case, I don't think Piesco customers should be the only ones that pay. So, but we don't obviously make those decisions for those other utilities. So I think just language encouraging the other utilities to step up similarly and provide the community with replacement payments, I think would be a good thing to add.
I totally agree with that, Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
okay. So with that, I'll go with the just transition modeling credit. So in the 2021 ERP, Public Service committed to modeling in phase 2 of the 2021 ERP CEP just transition costs for each affected coal plant facing accelerated retirement or conversion. In this proceeding, the company explains that it did not see the results from this modeling approach that suggested it was significant enough to drive investment into these communities. So Public Service now proposes to give projects located within Pueblo County, Morgan County, and Routt County, but not Moffett County, a model benefit in the form of $1 per megawatt hour, $1 per kilowatt month bonus in the bid evaluation. Notably, this modeling piece would be paired with, in addition to the property tax tail or offset approach that was used in the 2021 ERP. Public Service concedes that the just transition bonus credits are not a perfect calculation, but argues it does not follow that these credits are unnecessary or inappropriate. Public Service urges the Commission not to entertain proposals to develop portfolios with and without just transition credits. Parties such as CEI, Interwest, WRA, SWEEP, Conservation Coalition, CC4CA, and EJC recommend the Commission eliminate the just transition modeling credits in some way, or at the least model the phase 2 portfolios with and without just transition credits so that the Commission and parties can see the true impact of the just transition credits. CEI, for instance, notes that the just transition credits rely on estimates of tax revenues and jobs provided by bidders, and thus are subject to gaming. CEI also notes that the thresholds for just transition credits are so high as to be practically unobtainable for individual renewables, that the threshold ignores the aggregate impact of several renewables. CC4CA and EJC also argue that just transition modeling credits should only apply to clean energy projects. Conversely, CEO, OJT, Moffett and Craig, the Routt County government, and the Pueblo interveners all support just transition credits. In fact, CEO, OJT, and Moffett and Craig all argue that the just transition modeling credits should apply to Moffett County as well. Moffett and Craig argue that if the Commission allows community assistance payments to Moffett and Craig, then allowing the modeling credits to Moffett County is a logical extension. Investments in Moffett County will help offset the community assistance payments. So the two issues before you are whether to accept the just transition modeling credits, and if so, whether the credits should also apply to Moffett County. And I'll stop here for your discussion.
Yeah, I'd probably implement the just transition credits based on the arguments from the company CEO, OJT, and the others that driving new investment in just transit in these communities is more valuable than the tax payments backfill. I'd also require maybe one modeling run in phase two showing the results of the results without the just transition credits. Even if such a portfolio isn't selected, requiring this analysis will lessen concerns that the credits are anti-competitive. I'd also allow the company to apply the credits to Moffat County. Curious to hear where you guys want to go. Commissioner Gilman.
A little opposite. I think there was a lot of credibility to the concerns around the JTS modeling credits, that they're somewhat arbitrarily set, potentially open for gaming, largely binary at kind of unknown why the triggers are set at exactly what they're set at, and some arbitrariness to the value of the credits as well. I think there was significant credible claims that they disadvantage renewables, especially in areas that have long been burdened with polluting sources of energy, and really have a totally unknown actual cost to ratepayers with the concept. So I would suggest, if you want to see the impact of it, potentially a compromise where we don't assume by default that the JTS modeling credits are a good idea, given the significant and credible concerns that they are not, would be to do somewhat the opposite of what you had suggested and model each of the portfolios without JTS credits, but allow the preferred portfolio to be tested once it's determined, and include JTS credits in a alternative run of the preferred portfolio to see how that might reorganize the portfolio. So, but I would certainly not make it the default condition for all of the portfolios. And given the company's concern that you can't very well model every portfolio with and without, I think there's significant credibility to the claims that these are concerning, and would make the default condition no JTS credits.
Commissioner Plant, you get to decide this one.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mr. Chairman, on this. I think that the JTS credits are an important commitment that we have in addition to the property tax payments. This is sort of our additional what I think many looked for in terms of wage replacement or other sorts of community assistance. This is our effort to really try and give them a little bit of a leg up on getting new resources that would come into those communities and provide not just ongoing property tax support, but ongoing employment opportunities and economic opportunities for the community. So I support the JTS modeling credit. Certainly happy to, as you suggested, do it. Do one, the preferred model without, just to see to the extent that it impacts anything. I'd also like to make sure, and this was something that we discussed, but it wasn't really resolved in the discussion at the hearing, but I want to make sure that the PVRR actually reflects property tax implications here, because if
The reductions.
because if a just transition project is selected, then that property tax payment is going to fall on the company that develops that project, and it will be relieved from the public service ratepayers. And if it's not selected, then it's going to obviously fall on the public service ratepayers. And it was unclear to me whether or not that would be reflected in the PVRR, and I would like to make sure that it actually is.
I'm fine with that. And are you okay extending these credits to Moffat County?
Yes.
I think that gives you what you need, but Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like
No,
to go?
I'll just say, one of the criticisms was with the arbitrary set levels of, like, if you trigger the credit or not, those jobs in that tax revenue is not necessarily a guarantee. It's just a bidder's representation that that's what's going to happen. So while you're not going to get me to agree on the main premise here, I might suggest more rigor as to if you will actually see the benefits that are portrayed in the bids. Could be helpful in that regard, and that there really is no guarantee with regard to the aspects that earn you the JTS credit.
Does that give you what you need, Mr. Eden? It sounds like that's a 2-1 decision.
Yeah, I think I have what I need on that one. The next issue I'll tee up is the phase 2 portfolios. With minor adjustments, Public Service continues to recommend the suite of 14 portfolios that it put forth in rebuttal. One of these adjustments is that the company now proposes to adjust the 90% solution set to include an 86% emissions reduction constraint in 2030. The company's rebuttal proposal is for the 90% solution set to have an 80% by 2030 constraint. Public Service continues to oppose suggestions to model a low company ownership portfolio and instead proposes a new midpoint ownership portfolio. And then Public Service reiterates its commitment it made at hearing to present a reoptimized low differentiation scenario following the JTS base RFP phase 2 decision. Regarding the checkpoint portfolios and the CEP rider baseline, Public Service states that the checkpoint cases will inform the CEPR baseline, but indicates that CEPR baseline will be developed using a different methodology. The company maintains, however, that the checkpoint cases are still necessary. Public Service argues that recent tax law development increased the need for these scenarios. In its statement of position, staff recommends the Commission adopt the phase 2 portfolios that it put forth in SIR rebuttal with one modification. The proposed modification is to eliminate the social cost of carbon checkpoint portfolio and replace it with one of staff's alternative scenarios, preferably the no just transition credit scenario. Staff states this portfolio will help determine the impact of the JT modeling credits. Staff argues that most of its portfolios are similar to the company's, but staff sets improve upon the company's proposals in meaningful ways without increasing the number of modeling scenarios. Staff's proposals give a broader range of distinctive looks, including looks at increased emissions reductions, lower company ownership, lower new gas resources, and the impact of import tariffs. In their SOP, WRA and SWEEP state that they are directionally supportive of staff's SIR rebuttal phase 2 portfolio, but suggest certain modifications. For instance, WRA SWEEP argued that the Commission should strive to include a 90% by 2033 emissions constraint in as many of the portfolios as possible, and an 86% by 2033 emissions constraint in at least several of the portfolios. In addition, they argue the Commission should require the company to model all portfolios with and without the inclusion of the JT credits. WRA SWEEP also support 2 post-phase 2 portfolios. The first would exclude large loads to provide an initial approximation of the incremental resource selection and cost driven by the additional large load customers. And then the second would be the checkpoint portfolios. Conservation Coalition recommends several modifications to the phase 2 portfolios. And just for example, Conservation Coalition recommends removing the accelerated emissions reductions portfolios that already require 90% by 2033 and deleting staff's proposed linear emissions constraint. Conservation Coalition also argues the Commission cannot simply reuse the same portfolios for the base RFP and the supplemental RFP. Conservation Coalition argues that if the Commission approves the use of the JT modeling credits in the base RFP, it should consider whether it is still appropriate to use them for the supplemental RFP. CC4CA opposes the company's proposed checkpoint reference cases, arguing that the Commission should instead require 2 business as usual reference cases that would maintain the 80% by 2030 constraint, but eliminate all other emissions constraints. CC4CA also recommends 2 additional portfolios, a no new gas portfolio and a health impacts analysis portfolio, which accounts for the cost of the health impacts of newly constructed gas units. And then CEC argues that based on the likely cost increases for clean energy resources The commission should evaluate any incremental impacts to reliability and affordability that result from exceeding 80% threshold and select the most cost-effective phase 2 portfolio that meets the 80% threshold while ensuring reliable service. So the task before you is to craft a suite of phase 2 portfolios. I can answer any questions or offer a recommendation.
I think I'd like a recommendation on this one, if that works for you, Commissioner Gutman.
Yeah, that might be the only way I can work it because I started with my portfolios in the exact opposite.
All right, Mr. Eden.
All right, I'll run through this and then let you guys throw sticks at it. Advisors recommend the commission generally adopt staff's suite of recommended portfolios with certain modifications. Advisors recommended adopting CC4CA's recommendation and modeling a business as usual portfolio that retains the 80% by 2030 emissions constraint, but does not require the model to meet a 100% by 2050 emissions constraint. Advisors proposed business as usual portfolio would replace one of the company's proposed checkpoint portfolios and would help ensure the commission has a wide range of options to consider in phase 2. Advisors also recommend the commission approve the company's plan to address the CEPR baseline development based on the presented portfolios and the JTS base RFP and phase 2 process. And then the commission previously decided that the supplemental RFP should not have an express 50% ownership target. And so consistent with Conservation Coalition's recommendations on this point, eliminating the 50% ownership target would make portfolio 4 duplicative of portfolio 8. So the company would be able to eliminate either one. In order to test the impacts of the varying amounts of utility ownership, advisors recommend that Public Service run 2 variations on the preferred supplemental phase 2 portfolio. The first would set a utility ownership constraint of at least 50%, and the second would set a utility ownership limit of 40%. So in general, with those modifications, advisors would suggest following the suite of portfolios that staff brought forward in certified.
Commissioner Gutman, anything you'd like to change among staff's among advisor recommendations?
And so would the only testing of a non-JTS add credit? So many adders and credits, I can't really get them straight. The only testing of the non-JTS credit, right? It's called would be on the preferred portfolio once it's kind of cooked.
Yeah, well, and it's my understanding of the prior discussion that consistent with other recommendations from parties that the preferred portfolio that the company brings forward in phase 2, the assumptions used for that in terms of company ownership, social cost of carbon, emissions constraints, all of those would be used without the just transition modeling credits to rerun the capacity expansion and generate a new portfolio without the just transition modeling credits.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to sort through whether you would need to also run like a different lowest cost portfolio. I mean, since the JTS credits are kind of an economically artificial influence here that we don't even understand the price of, even relatively, in terms of what it will cost the portfolios. I wonder if, I mean, that makes your least cost portfolios not least cost, right? Like they have this kind of artificial influence in them. So what I'm trying to figure out, and might need to kind of modify this for Thursday, is if in addition to running the preferred portfolio without the JTS credits, if one or both of the least cost portfolios need to also have no JTS credits. You're not producing a lease course portfolio if you include those in them, because those are not really economic influences in there.
So I guess do you want to take that one piece of the JTS credits on the phase two portfolios up next week, once you've had a chance to see if there's a better way to address your concerns in the phase two modeling, Commissioner Gellman? Well, let me ask it this way. Are you all right with the advisor recommendation on everything else but the JTS credit modeling?
Yeah, I think that is the right place to start, certainly. So I agree with most of Mr. Eden's points there. I'm just concerned, and apologies for not being more prepared to explore the full universe of options.
No, I mean, it's a different direction than you wanted to go. So
yeah, I mean, I'm
totally
very
sympathetic.
concerned about the unknown economic impact of the JTS credits. And I think we might need to further consider how that impacts what portfolios we should be looking at. So yeah, I think that would be helpful to take up on Thursday, and I can try and meet with Mr. Eden to figure out what might better cover the basis to ensure that we really understand the impacts there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sympathetic and want to do what makes sense. So, and I don't think I'm prepared to work it out in real time in public. So Commissioner Plant, putting aside the JTS portfolios, are you okay with the rest of Mr. Eaton's proposal?
Maybe. I'm trying to, so just so I'm clear on in the staff proposal, I don't have the list in front of me, but they have you're proposing that you do an 80% by 2030 with no 2050. That would be the CC4CA proposal, and then also an 86 and 86 and 90 for.
I dump the company's checkpoint proposals and just do
Yeah,
the 80% and nothing else.
I
That's what I'd like to see.
I totally agree to dump the checkpoint. They don't seem to contribute anything at all. So and we thought that maybe they were contributing on CPR, and then the company said that they don't. So now I have even less of a reason to want one. But do we have any 86, or is it just 80 in 2030 for all of them?
So the checkpoint proposal, sort of the business as usual, as I understand it, is 80% in 2030 and no further constraint after that.
That was a CC4CA. But I was wondering about the other staff proposals. Is there one that has an 86?
Yes, there's portfolios 9 and 10 are the accelerated emissions portfolios, and they have an 86% by 2030 emissions constraint, and then also a 90% by 2033 emissions constraint. Both of those have a 50% utility ownership. So
yeah. That's great. I just want to make sure we had that. I would support doing a no new gas scenario. And then also wanted to throw this out to you guys to see what you thought. What about a portfolio that had no new company owned gas?
I don't know. It's on this record.
Well, it's a model. It's a model. I mean, I think we've talked, quite a bit about the risk to the ratepayers that company-owned gas presents, because it's a long-term asset, and you're trying to finance this either in an accelerated way, which makes it more expensive, or you're planning on having stranded assets at some point in the future that's before the end of the life. And that is not an issue with non-company owned gas. So I'm just wondering if we want to run a portfolio. I mean, we've talked about, 50% ownership, et cetera, but what about a portfolio that had zero ownership of gas.
I mean, I think I'd struggle with the no new gas with all these data centers and large load growth. I think we're going to struggle to keep the lights on, and not sure what that has shown in the past. Commissioner Gilman?
Well, yeah, those were two different things. So one was,
And, I
yeah,
mean,
and
yeah,
if you don't want to run a no new gas, that's fine. I think you're right. We're probably going to be kind of pushed to some gas in this, but I'm just wondering about the no new company owned gas as a model.
Commissioner Gilman?
I'll circle back to where we were first. Sorry, I got a little distracted by the JTS credits issue because I think it's a foundational issue as to how things are modeled, and we need to like, is that really the default across the board? I think is my pushback here. With regard to the checkpoint portfolios, I agree. I mean, I didn't see the company articulating why these are helpful at all in determining where we're going. So I'm fine getting rid of those. Especially since they're not going to be used for the steeper, which seems their only usefulness. So I'm fine getting rid of those, replacing it with the business as usual from CC4CA. So just to cover that base first. With regard to the no new gas, yeah, I agree. I think one thing certainly I learned in the previous ERP is like, if you have a portfolio you pretty much know is already going to show you, or the company's already telling you is going to show an unreasonable result, like it's not incredibly useful to burn a portfolio run on it, given kind of the technical limitations and time limitations to running these portfolios. And I have an interest in freeing up more portfolios to see more non-JTS credit versions. I mean, we have no idea what that costs. So like, it will be important to see more than one model run without. But yeah, I think Commissioner Plant brings up a good point. Like the biggest concern here, obviously, like, yeah, the biggest concern is greenhouse gas and how we get to where we need to be. But like the biggest concern for ratepayers is the stranded asset potential with company-owned new gas, particularly. And so I don't hate the new idea. I think it's probably unreasonable to run a no new gas and a no company owned new gas. And among those flavors, I think, yeah, the chairman has a point. It's like every indication is that adding large data center loads adds new gas and makes it more challenging to achieve the greenhouse gas reductions. So it seems as though with large forecasts, like the gas story is written, like there will be more gas, but where we can probably help protect ratepayers more, especially given all of the concerns this commission's already articulated with regard to company-owned new gas, would be to look at a potential for no new company-owned gas. Although I'd be curious to talk to advisors in the interim about, yeah, if we think we can go there, if we think we can support pursuing that portfolio, but that does seem actually more useful to our specific concerns than the no new gas, which I think everyone knows what that's going to look like with large load growth projections. So yeah, I'd be interested in the next few days to see if we can work our way into that, but then also to my concern, looking at what variations can we get with no JTS credits to actually understand the cost of it before we assume that that's a great idea.
Can I ask you a question about that? This is one thing. I understand that you want to run no JTS against JTS to find out what the cost of the JTS is, but I don't quite understand. I think you were proposing to run it on the least cost scenario. And if it's the least cost scenario, then by default, it's the least, if you take out the JTS credit, you either stay the same or it's lower, but it's still least. So I'm just trying to figure out what the purpose of running it on the least cost scenario is.
Sure. I mean, if the credits are not economic, right? Like that's not an actual costs and actual savings. It's just to make certain resources look more preferable than other resources.
Well, it might be a savings if you don't pay the property tax.
That's already being accounted for. So that would be double counting. If you assume that that's what it's doing, that is inherent to the model that we
So
are
it doesn't,
assuming
but
there
it
will be
does,
some property tax.
so the credits don't back down the property tax payments?
Yeah, they would. So that if you pick up a project that's in the community, then the property tax paid by the entire portfolio basically is reduced by
One for one, right?
whatever those property taxes are. Those no longer are on the consumer. But I think I see what you're saying. You want to know if it did pick a JTS in the least cost one, if you take that out, whether or not that makes it go up because you're not getting the
But
modeling credit.
let's take the JTS stuff up on Thursday. I'm just not prepared to think that through. And I think it's a mistake to try and do this in real time without talking to advisors and thinking about it further.
Right.
So let's put the JTS aside, and I'm okay. I mean, I don't love it, but I'm okay looking at it and knowing, yes, run. If yeah, does that work for you, Commissioner? Gilman, putting aside the JTS credits.
Yeah, look, the one thing we can do in real time though is agree on how this actually works in the proposal. So in the proposal, Mr. Eden, the property tax offset is an inherent benefit. That was even from the last ERP, and that's how it works here. If you get replaced property taxes, that is credited in any portfolio without the credits, period, right?
Yes.
So the credits are an entirely different mechanism that sits on top, that is in addition to any credits already being given inherently to the portfolio. But they are just being used to reduce the hypothetical cost of that resource for modeling purposes, but do not actually in real life reduce the cost of that resource. Is that accurate?
Yes, although I would also add that, I mean, to Commissioner Plant's point, additional resources in those community would further reduce the community assistant payments. That also could be an outcome.
But isn't that already inherent with the reduction in property tax? Like that offset's already happening in modeling?
Well, yeah, it happens in the model, but that it doesn't necessarily mean that the model will select a project in that community, just like happened in the last ERP. So there's a potential.
Which makes it more likely to happen.
Right.
Because it is kind of artificially reducing what the model sees as the cost of that project.
Yes, and to be clear, I agree with you in terms of there are two separate things happening in the model. The tax replacement that's inherent, like since the 2021 ERP, and then the new JT modeling credit.
Okay.
There, just so I'm clear on this. So the modeling,
I think we
the
should take
modeling
this up
credit,
offline.
the modeling credit picks the portfolio, right? I mean, it's not the actual cost for those JTS things. It just tells the model that the cost is $2.50 or whatever it is per megawatt lower. So it's giving a price to the model for the purposes of picking the portfolio. The cost of the portfolio is the cost of the portfolio. And if you're comparing the cost of that portfolio with a JTS project to the cost of a portfolio without a JTS project, the one without is adding in the property tax, and the one with a JTS portfolio should not have that property tax included in the PVRR. All I was saying is that it shouldn't, that whole property tax issue shouldn't be separate from a PVRR. We should actually see that reduction reflected in the final number that we get for each.
I agree with that, but Mr. Edens, let's move on and ask our questions to Mr. Eden one-on-one. I'm not prepared to resolve this in the context of the new portfolios. So I think we're there on everything on the portfolios except the JTS credits. And I think that requires more work for each of the three of us.
Okay, so I can move on then to curtailments. So in its direct case, Public Service initially proposed to discontinue reimbursing IPPs for lost PTCs, production tax credits, due to compensable curtailments. Although the company maintained its direct position in rebuttal, Public Service argued in the alternative that if the Commission continues compensation for compensable curtailments, the Commission should expressly allow the company to curtail PTC qualified facilities on an equal basis, no matter their individual income tax rate, and regardless of whether the project is a utility-owned project or an IPP-owned project. During the hearing, the company reversed course and offered to continue reimbursing IPPs for lost PTCs due to compensable curtailments. Public Service reiterated its request, however, that the company be allowed to curtail PTC qualified facilities on an equal basis, no matter their individual income tax rate. The IPP interests such as CIEA and Interwest, unsurprisingly, agree with the company's most recent proposal to continue compensating for compensable curtailments. CIEA, however, argues the Commission should reject the company's related request to allow the company to curtail PTC qualified facilities on an equal basis. Instead, CIEA argues that the model PPA curtailment language in the 2021 ERP CEP that was agreed upon in the updated settlement agreement should be maintained. CIEA argues there is scant information in the record on this point and characterizes Public Service proposed modification as a last-minute change. To recap, the company and the IPP interest now agree that the company will continue reimbursing IPPs for PTCs due to compensable curtailments. The only remaining issue is whether to allow the company to curtail PTC qualified facilities on an equal basis. I'll stop here for any questions, or I can offer a recommendation.
I mean, for me, I'd support the company's request to curtail PTCs on an equal basis, no matter what the individual project's income tax rate. For me, trying to make individual project determinations based on the project's tax structure is messy, could encourage gaming by the bidders, and is a small issue that could consume a significant amount of time. And I think one of the IPP witnesses basically said it was relatively small potatoes in its oral testimony. So I would not go down this path of project-specific tax determinations. Commissioner Gilman, I'm not sure you agree with me on this one either.
I mean, well, the thing that's difficult here is that's the way they already do it. You know, I feel like you're portraying it as more work. Like, this is the way it's already done. And I feel like the burden would be on the company to show the actual impact and virtues of doing it a different way, which I think they really failed to do on this record. I mean, even specifically asking them, this was not something which they were really able to quantify the impacts of. And so I'm weary of making a change upon pretty weak showing by the company as to why it's necessary and what the impacts would actually be.
I mean, the problem is this stuff is just creating enormous delay. We're 2.5 years in, and we still don't have final price and timing. I mean, we just got to start treating everybody the same. For me, I just think we got to start treating everybody the same way. And this is an attempt to reduce delay and create accountability on the company. the project-specific treatment is just so messy.
I mean,
So-
I'm also upset how long it's taken to get signed contracts from the first ERP. I'm not aware of anywhere in this record where the company linked this issue to delays in contracting or any other delays on project delivery.
It's
I think
just,
you're linking two issues that were not linked in this record.
but it's just every time you do a project-specific determination, it's just going to take way longer than if you treat everybody the same. So that's where I am. It's just the more we turn this into a commodity where everybody has the same terms, is treated equally by technology, the quicker everything goes. And I think the way less delay you have. Every time you try and do something on a project-specific basis, it just slows everything down.
I mean,
Commissioner
again,
Plant?
I would say, I mean, I think the curtailment decisions are probably fairly automated by knowing the tax structure all along. It's not like those change considerably over time. Those are not arguments that I'm aware they made in this record. They did not link like time to contracting with this issue.
Commissioner Plant, you get to decide.
Yeah, I think I'd side with Commissioner Gilman on this one. I think that the compensable curtailment issue was an issue for the IPPs, but once they have that, I don't think that that's gonna that there's any reason for any delay. You know, yeah, I just don't. I didn't see any argument from the company why they needed this and what the positive impact would be of the way that they presented their
Well,
case. So,
just to be clear, before you can sign and implement any offtake contract, you've got to understand the tax structure of the individual project company, and you've got to figure out what it means for compensable PTCs on a project-specific basis. So it's a whole other significant, quantifiable issue that has to be addressed before you sign a PPA. So, I mean, I agree the record was thin, but it just seems like this is an fairly clear pressure point that causes delay with not much benefit to the IPPs and is subject to gaming. I mean, you design your tax structure potentially to increase, payments. I don't know. It's not a huge issue, but I think it does cause delay. I guess we have a 2-1 decision on that one. I don't know. You're decided on that one, Commissioner Plant?
yeah.
And so 2-1 decision. And I guess before you go, I think given the hour, why don't you just go to your recommendation on the carbon-free future development? I don't think you have 3 single pages laying it out. Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant, would you be okay if he just jumps to his recommendation?
Yes.
So can you just jump to your recommendation and not spend 20 minutes setting it up?
I'll do my best. Yeah. So on the carbon-free future development proposal, advisors recommend approving the proposal with modifications. Advisors agree that with the numerous interveners who acknowledge the need for a mechanism to address barriers to development of carbon-free resources. In addition, advisors see the CFFD as another potential mechanism that could help drive new investment in coal transition communities. Advisors disagree with proposals from CEI, WRA Suite, and CC4CA to require the company to file a separate application proceeding to launch the CFFD. Many of the concerns interveners raise can be addressed through the advisory board process or decided here. So there's several other details of this program I can discuss depending on your vote, but I'll pause first here for your initial decision on whether to allow the CFFD to move forward at this stage.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I mean, I'm generally supportive of the CFFD concept in terms of allowing, especially carbon-free firm resources, time to develop and breathe and ideally bring some to market so we can work in the long term around our stranded gas assets issue for 2050 and beyond that we've already talked about. I don't really see doing so with no budget limit as a real suggestion or a real option. So I would approve staff's request to maintain the $100 million budget cap. Certainly, if this is wildly successful, we're really helping these technologies to grow and flourish and become things that can bid into RFPs. That the company can and will ask for the budget limit to be revisited, but it's a non-starter to start with, no budget cap at all. And then, it may be reasonable to lengthen some of the timelines to review the projects, but with those general understandings, I'm pretty supportive of the concept.
Commissioner Plant?
Yes, I agree with all those points.
I agree with Commissioner Gilman too. So I think we're skipping down a couple decision points, Mr. Eden, because we set the cap.
There's a few more specifics on the CFFD that I
Oh
wanna
yeah.
get out there. And then one of them is the $100 million budget cap, and it seems like there's a 3-0 vote to go with staff there and maintain that budget cap. Advisors also recommend clarifying that it has the option to extend the approval timeline for an additional 3 months at the stakeholder comment period if the commission decides more time is needed. On this point, advisors recommend the commission extend the default 30-day period to act on a project selection report to 60 days. Although no party advocates for this extension, advisors believe the additional time is necessary given the company's commitment, which several interveners joined, to provide an opportunity for public comment on each semi-annual report. The additional time could also prove valuable given the existing demands on the commission's time and resources. Advisors disagree with recommendations from staff, Conservation Coalition, and other parties that the company be required to conduct Encompass modeling prior to any CFFD project receiving funding. Advisors agree with Public Service that it would be inappropriate for the commission to mandate Encompass modeling work for each and every project. Consistent with CEO's position, advisors recommend that commission expressly require the process for implementing the CFFD, including any bylaws or agreements, be co-developed by the company and the advisory board. As part of the formation of the CFFD bylaws or agreements, the advisory board should consider how to mitigate risk that the company-backed CFFD projects will receive preferential treatment. Advisors also recommend endorsing this general principle from CEO that CFFD dollars be equally available to the company and IPPs with a firewall at the company between the team proposing projects and the team deciding which projects receive CFFD funding. In response to concerns raised by CEI and other interveners, advisors recommend directing that the company provide all RFI or request for information responses to the advisory board, subject to advisory board members executing a standard non-disclosure agreement. Advisors also recommend approving the company's request for an independent facilitator with one caveat. The cost of the independent facilitator should count against the $100 million CFFD budget. This will incentivize Public Service to incur only those costs for an independent facilitator that are necessary. As for the advisory board, advisors agree with requests from various interveners to expand its makeup. The increased representation will help further ensure that CFFD funds are being allocated appropriately. And with the independent facilitator, the additional administrative demands should be manageable. Specifically, advisors recommend adopting staff's recommendation to include a large consumer or ratepayer perspective like CEI's recommendation to include a representation from the IPP community, Moffett and Craig's recommendation to include a representative for Moffat County, and OJT's recommendation to include a representative from Morgan County. And then except as otherwise modified, in my recommendation, we recommend adopting the company's CFFD proposal.
Commissioner Goman.
And Mr. Eden, we don't, I mean, I guess it's probably left to the bylaws of that advisory group to better understand like how the voting will work in that group. I'll just say we've got now very kind of heavy geographical representation, which could be a challenge as we navigate the voting there.
Yes, but the concept I think the commission would be approving, unless you decide otherwise, is that each one of those representatives has one vote that it can cast in the process. I would remind you though that the advisory board will cast the votes and release these reports with its recommendation, and then there would be a public comment process, and the commission could review that and comment or deny that report before it goes forward.
Okay, no, I think that's helpful. And then the only other thing I wanted to bring up, I agree with your recommendations as they are already. With regard to one thing I think it would be helpful to task that advisory board with is also developing kind of reporting standards on these projects. If that's not, I mean, I didn't hear that, and I'm not sure that's kind of clearly articulated as an expectation. I mean, if we're kind of positioning ratepayers as an early stage investor in some of these ideas and development, I think it's very reasonable that we receive regular updates as to what we're learning, what's getting developed, at what process we're in these projects. And so that seems, you know, I don't think it's reasonable to like duke that all out today as far as what the actual reporting expectations are, but would maybe task the advisory group with the expectation that the commission assumes this comes with regular reporting as to the technology, the concepts, the actual projects, so that ratepayers are getting something for their money. I mean, certainly like every project may not be successful, but every project may have successful things to learn from it. And so I think it's important that we get as much information as possible out of this to ensure we're providing the best value for ratepayers with this investment.
And I'd also like to see updates on, you know, governance structure and, you know, just something so we can keep tabs on it even beyond the specific projects. So I strongly agree with that. Commissioner Plant, anywhere you'd like to go on the advisory recommendation, Commissioner Goman's comments?
Yep, no, I agree with all those comments and support the recommendation.
And just so I'm clear, that those kind of requests to develop additional reporting, those are for the project, the CFFD projects that are funded through the CFFD, and additional requirements on those projects.
Commissioner Goman?
Sorry, say it again.
So the additional reporting requirements that you were directing the advisory board to create, those would attach to the CFFD projects after they received funding and move forward.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So they should set up some structure with which updates would be provided on like a host of aspects related to the project, really, so we can understand what the funding's going towards, how successful it is, if there's failures, why were there failures, anything we're learning more generally about the technology, etc.
All right, I think that's as far as we're going to go today, Mr. Eden. I may be done. I think we're in a good place to get this closed on Thursday, although we may have to bring something back the following Wednesday. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, we can make a run at it on Thursday. We will do our best to wrap things up.
And to be other issues beyond your phase two, your step two deliberation matrix, or does this most of it?
There are step 3 issues as well. Sorry, Doug.
And how long do you think that is?
It's shorter than the step two, issues. It's not, there might be about the same amount, but they're smaller issues.
All right, Commissioner Gilman, any final thoughts before we adjourn?
Yeah, I have an interest in wrapping this up as soon as we reasonably can, so I'm available after 12 o'clock on Thursday. Just to throw that
Gotcha.
out there, in case 3 hours was optimistic. I want to provide the flexibility
It
here.
always is.
I mean, with DSP starting next week, I think it would be nice to get through as much as we can, so I just wanted to make you aware of the flexibility in case we need to go long Thursday.
Do we have something at 2 o'clock on Thursday?
Yeah,
Yeah,
conference.
that may be tough for me, but I'll see what I can do, and we'll see where we're at.
Other than those two,
I hear you.
I'm open to. So
All right. Commissioner Plant, anything else before we adjourn?
nope. Thanks.
Hey, thanks to you both. Thanks to advisors and council, and we'll keep slugging away. Thanks to both of you.